process, I guess, for that security. So it can be matched, can be financed with all loan funds, can be matched with literally any other source of funding, CDBG funds, grant funds, other federal, other state, foundation funds, etc. So it's both loan and grant programs are very flexible. On the community facilities side, very flexible. On the water and environmental programs side, we can fund drinking water, wastewater, solid waste, and stormwater. And then again, that 3-tiered interest rate structure tied to median household income. So that's kind of the real quick overview of my kind of summary letter. And then to move on into our review, or my review of the programs. And this was a nice opportunity. So we do appreciate the opportunity to review these and provide comments. I have new staff, so it was just a good exercise to have them review these projects, provide some comments to me, calculate, are they eligible for our programs, interest rates, all that type of thing. So it was a good exercise all the way around, and we really appreciate that opportunity. So City of Ely, the Murray Street project, it would be eligible for our water and environmental programs for both loan and grant funding, just based on median household income. They'd be eligible for the intermediate interest rate of 1.75%, and that rate will be in effect through June 30. And one of the things about our program is if we obligate funds during this period from April 1 to June 30, your interest rate is locked in, it's not going higher. But by the time we close the loan, if the interest rate has come down, you will get a lower interest rate, but going into it exactly what your rate will never be higher than, let's put it that way. So anyway, this project would be eligible. And like I mentioned in my notes, they just based on median household income, they're statutorily eligible for grant. We have to evaluate a number of other factors. So the grant funding could be anywhere from 0 to 45%. The City of Fallon, Broadway and Sherman Street, the ADA improvement project. We evaluated this one primarily under our community facilities loan funding. The actual sewer and water portion could potentially be covered under our water and environmental programs. It just makes it more complicated for the applicant to have potentially 3 sources of funding or 2 sources of funding within our program. But 100% of the project could be eligible for community facilities funding, although it would be loan only funding. But all of the street portion, all the ADA access, all of that would be eligible. And normally, as I noted in my letter, because we have such limited amount of community facilities grant funding, we normally put those funds only into vehicles or equipment, not into actual construction projects. So this type of project would be loan only. And that term is kind of negotiable, 20 to 30-year term with an interest rate of 2.25%. And then again, they'd have to have that revenue stream to pledge. As I mentioned, Nye County, the Pahrump Fairgrounds sewer and water system project, they would not be eligible for our direct funding program, either loan or grant. The only program they would be eligible for is our new 1RD guaranteed loan program due to the population. However, it would be an eligible project, and if they could find a lender to work with them, then we could consider it. White Pine County, the McGill Sewer Pond Relining Project, as Jason mentioned, they did submit this application to the Nevada Water Wastewater Review Committee, and we evaluated this project, and the determination was probably the better funding package, or most beneficial funding package for them was to continue with their application to CDBG and then with USDA Rural Development. I also provided kind of the summary of our funding scenarios that we did. So with literally any level of CDBG funding, this was still a very feasible project for McGill and had very minimal impact on user rates overall. So anyway, if you have any questions about those kind of funding scenarios, I'd be happy to answer those. Amy out at McGill Ruth has started the process or initiated the process. We have an online application system called RD Apply. So she has registered and she has begun that application process just to kind of get a head start on this, and then determine after CDBG board makes their final determination, then we'll finalize everything for them. But anyway, if they're eligible, we can fund it and would be more than willing to. So the couple of items that we do need, and back to the Murray Street project to apologize for that, was that we would need, or not Murray Street, the fairgrounds, we would have needed a PER and ER. Same for City of Fallon. For all of our projects, let's put it this way, we would need some level of preliminary engineering or preliminary architect's report for anything that involves construction, and then also have to go through the NEPA process. The McGill Slag Ditch, White Pine County McGill Slag Ditch project, that again would be eligible for our water and environmental programs as stormwater funding. Again, that term could be up to a 40-year term at 1.75%. It could be potentially eligible for grant funding, but nationwide, we really have not funded a tremendous amount of stormwater projects. And as I mentioned in my overview, we have to look at similar system costs, and we have so few similar systems to look at, it makes it difficult. So we know they're absolutely eligible for loan funding. Grant funding would just be a little more difficult to document and be able to put into this project, if at all. But it is eligible, it could be funded. We would require a preliminary engineering report and an environmental report of some level. So, yeah, that concludes my remarks for these projects. And then, yeah, if anyone had any questions regarding our review of the McGill Ruth project, or how we kind of, I don't want to say arbitrarily, we just selected 3 levels of CDBG funding just to give them an idea of what that impact of funding might be, or help the advisory board make a decision. But we felt like it was just a very fundable project.
Thank you so much, Cheryl, for your report. Appreciate that very much. Committee members, are there any questions for Cheryl? We definitely appreciate the partnership we have with INDEP and also with USDA. So thank you, Cheryl and Jason, for your review and time on these applications, and for attending today as well.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Jeff.
I have a quick question, if you don't mind, for both, maybe both for Cheryl and for Mr. Cooper. I think it came up in your presentations, but affordability by the community for paying back loans. So if you're loaning water to a community to do a water or wastewater system improvement, I think I know the answer to this, but do you consider what the rates are currently and what the rates would be to have to pay back a loan, and your determination as to whether or not it would be a loan forgiveness or a grant in the case of USDA?
Jason, I'll jump in for a second. So for USDA, in my cover letter, Jeff, I did address, because USDA we have that requirement to look at similar system cost. when we're evaluating for grant. And our regulations state specifically that we cannot put grant funding into a project if that community's user rates are lower than those similar system costs. And we really are, and we're in the process of gathering rate and user data from systems across the state right now. But we really are trying to look at, as close to population as we can get, and the median household income and the type of system. So we're not going to compare a system that's having to pump water from 20 miles away to someone who's getting water from springs, for example, or they've got to treat a system that has to treat for arsenic versus a system that doesn't have to do any treatment level because of the impact on user rates. So we're trying to look at as similar a system as possible. But our regulations statutorily prohibit us from putting grant funds into projects that their rates are below those similar system costs because it's taxpayer money. We can't help them subsidize keeping their user rates possibly artificially low. So I don't know if that's kind of the answer you're looking for from us, but we are looking at that affordability. And if that similar system cost then gets well above or even above the similar system cost, that's when we can look at putting the grant fund in. And like I said, it could be anywhere from 0% up to that maximum for most systems of 45% grant funding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fontaine, for your question. This is Jason Cooper for the record. For the SRF programs, both clean water and drinking water, and the capital improvement grant program, we do actually have state regulations that do require them to have a system of user charge that is ensuring that they are charging a sufficient rate to cover operations, maintenance, debt service, and reserves. Those are costs that we can't pay for on our own through our programs. And if the programs were to fund a capital improvement asset, we need to know that they will maintain that asset for its useful life, including maintenance and operations. So when a borrower comes forward, whether or not it is for a loan or for principal forgiveness or for a grant, we tend to do the same evaluation across the board with their user rates to see, are they charging enough? And if we do not feel that they're sufficient to cover even their current operations, we do tell them that we don't feel that they're ready to proceed. They really need to look at their rates. We can offer some technical assistance for them in the drinking water program to go out and help them evaluate those and work with the community to make sure that they are charging the sufficient rates. But we can't fund something that isn't sustainable on their side. So we do also have that requirement in our program that those rates have to be established. They don't have to be implemented for the constructed project until the project has been completed. So that gives a little bit of flexibility for them to phase the rates in, but we do want the rates adopted. So we do ask that the board have addressed that prior to us committing the funding for the project.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions from committee members? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Jason and Cheryl. You're welcome to stick around for our meeting or move on with your day, whatever you'd like to do. Thank you for being here.
Glad to participate. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you, committee.
Mhm.
All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 8, which is discussion and possible funding recommendation for Lyon County, the SSMWC water system renovation isolation valve requirements project.
Patty, I don't believe that they are actually on the line yet.
Okay. Oh, they've got about 20 minutes till their scheduled time.
Yes, they do.
So at this time, if it's okay with the committee members, we do have an agenda item later in the day, number 21, number 20, to review our bylaws. If it's okay with the committee, if you think we can take care of that in the next 20 minutes, I would suggest that we move to that agenda item.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, so included in the agenda materials for today's meeting is an update to our bylaws. A couple of reasons for this change is one, we will be having some new development authorities that will be coming on, regional development authorities in the next funding cycle coming up starting July 1. So in looking over our bylaws, wanted to make some changes to those to make sure that it's reflective of new development authorities that will be recognized by GoEd through a contract. Secondly, there were some membership number issues. And then third is term limits for our board members. I like to refer to this as the Jeff and Paul rule, and it could be Sheldon's rule too. In the RDAs that we have only one, an executive director, no staff members, it would be very difficult for them to find somebody to serve in their place on this committee if they were termed out. So the changes to the bylaws also include an allowance to have those executive directors, should they choose to, continue to serve past the term limits that are in here. So I'll just go through the quickly in membership. Section A, there's a change to go from to 9 members and at least 5 members. This would allow for additional regional development authorities to be included in the CDBG Advisory Committee. Under D, terms of appointment, currently it says that each member will serve 3-year terms. However, the term may be extended until a successor has been elected. No member may serve more than 2 consecutive 3 or 2 full terms or 3 terms, if applicable, a partial initial term, less than 3 years of unexpired portion of term to which a member is appointed to fill shall not count towards those 2 full consecutive 3-year terms. There's a suggestion to change that to each member will serve until replaced by the appointing RDA and the GoEd executive directors. Each member will serve at the pleasure of the GoEd executive director, which shall have the authority to appoint and remove members in its sole and absolute discretion. Each appointing RDA shall notify GoEd in writing of its designated members and alternate members. That's the suggested change there. There's some minor changes in Section F, termination of membership, just to change that to the requesting members resignation. Down in Section 5, election of officers, the chairman of the committee shall be the GoEd Director of Rural Community and Economic Development or designee. Moving to the next section there, changing it to the GoEd Director of Rural Community and Economic Development or his designee. That being changed to CDBG Program Administrator, will serve as the recording secretary of the committee at meetings. Moving to section number 8, vacancies of officers. Just a change of a letter there from to capitalize director. And then down in the section on meetings, again, changing it to clarify that the GoEd CDBG program administrator will assist the committee with the preparation of meeting notices and agendas. And that the Director of Rural Community and Economic Development or designee appointed by the GoEd Executive Director shall determine meeting times and dates. Moving on to quorum, this is to change that to the attendance of a majority of the entire committee shall be necessary and sufficient to constitute a quorum at any meeting. Moving to actions. Under advice from our district or our deputy attorney general, we are removing Robert's Rules of Order from our bylaws, and also making it a requirement that there is a second on motions made. Under voting privileges, this is to clarify the rule that we have is that the RDA executive director does not vote on their or comment on their particular applications. So the wording in this will remove and clarify that to state that all members of the committee shall vote on all motions or resolutions presented before the committee, and shall abstain from voting on motions or resolutions that uniquely affect the RDA of the member. And all members shall have the right to make a motion. Members of the committee are subject to the conflict of interest regulations outlined in NRS chapter 281A, the ethics in government. And that is those are the changes proposed to the bylaws. At this time, are there any comments or suggestions from the committee? Hearing no comments on the changes proposed for the bylaws, is there a motion to adopt the changes?
This is Sheldon for the record, so moved.
This is Lynn O'Meara, I second.
Thank you, Sheldon, and Lynn second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that. And so, you know, I think during the CARES Act, the CV advisory meeting that we had, Bruce Breslow, who represents Churchill Fallon Economic Development Authority, he attended as a observer. He will be, as a recognized RDA, joining the committee. And then up in Pershing Humboldt, there's a potential new RDA that may be coming on, and we will have one representative from that region that will join the committee as well. So I think that will clean up things, and you guys have a list of the terms, but I don't know that we need that. We'll keep it on record just for historical context, so we know how long people have been serving on the committee. But if you could make sure that your organization sends a letter to GoEd to indicate who will be serving, so that we can have that on file and get that taken care of with the GoEd executive director. Again, thanks for your service on that. Okay, we've got about 9 more minutes until the first presentation comes up. Do you think do we have the second presentation that might be able to go first, Esmeralda County? Susan, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think you're on the line.
Yes, Susan Dudley's on the line. I'm not sure if Mike Anderson is, but I could get started. He's due to call in. He would be available for the questions. I'm going to do the presentation, if that works.
I see Michael Anderson is on the line.
Okay, great. Then Esmeralda County is ready.
Awesome. I really appreciate your willingness to switch that and go ahead. So I will turn the floor over to you, Susan.
Okay, so for the record, my name is Susan Dudley, and I'm a consultant for Esmeralda County. And as we just spoke, Mike Anderson is the Public Works Director, and he's also on the phone. We thank you for your opportunity to present our project. Esmeralda County has 3 districts, and they're about 100 miles apart. Each community has its own power issues, which poses, if not just difficulties, but public health and safety issues when the residents are without power for hours. Just last Monday in Goldfield, weather was cold, windy, snowing, and at 3:30 p.m. the power went out and did not come back on till 1 a.m. And I'm here to tell you it was really cold by the time the power came back on. Because of the power challenges in our small county, it became apparent to the officials that the county needed to prepare an emergency generator backup power plan in which critical county buildings and facilities were identified as essential to having continuous power. The plan prioritized the facilities to achieve the goal of equipping each with emergency power generators. The first phase began with 7 buildings, 3 community centers, which would serve as emergency shelters, providing heat, cooling, and electrical outlets for medical devices. Also, these facilities all have kitchens, which could assist in food preparations while the residents seek emergency shelter. In addition, Phase 1 included 3 road shops that house the fuel for the county, which is needed for the emergency vehicles. And finally, power for the emergency broadcasting. These buildings were selected as being the most life-saving in addressing public safety. The next phases included, but not limited to, such buildings that house emergency operations center, firehouses, ambulance barns, libraries, and utility systems. Fishlight Valley residents' source of water is provided by domestic well, and without power, they don't have water as well as power, and the residents have to go to the emergency shelters. They have no storage for water supply, as do Goldfield and Silver Peak. Esmeralda County did receive a grant for Phase 1. The bid came in very low, and instead of 7 buildings the funds were used, we equipped 11 buildings. That included 3 community centers, 3 road shops, the emergency broadcasting, 2 firehouses and ambulance barns, Silver Peak Library, Goldfield Firehouse that has the EOC located in it, and the Silver Peak Utility Office. Esmeralda County received the grant 1st of July, had an agreement in place, and was given a notice to proceed by July 15th. After the 2-month bidding process and pre-con, the contractor was given a notice to proceed on October 20th, just 3 months after signing of the grant agreement. The project was due to be completed by March 8th, and I was hoping to tell you that it was completed today, but we can't because of the long lead times for the generators due to COVID and some weather issues. But now it's due to be completed by April 22nd. So you can see how important this project is by the speed how the county acted. So the application before you today is for Phase 2, and if funded, includes providing backup power to the firehouse and the multi-purpose building in Fishlight Valley. Again, the multi-purpose building would serve as an additional emergency shelter. Phase 2, this application, would also include providing backup generators to 2 booster pumping stations, bringing safe drinking water into Goldfield from 12 miles north of Goldfield. That's where the wells are located. The wells have backup generators, but the pumping stations do not. Goldfield has storage for up to 3 to 5 days, sufficient for the residents currently living in Goldfield. But we have a mining company prepared to mine near Goldfield and will employ up to 200 employees. Those tanks will not be large enough for the increased population. And we felt it was much more economical to provide backup power to provide continuous water than build additional storage tank to accommodate the mine employees and their families. Generators to ensure continuous water supply would not only help achieve the original goal of the commissioners by providing backup power, but in addition has an economic value as well. As just mentioned, the recently permitted Goldfield Resources is looking to attract employment from outside of the area, as we have limited workforce in Esmeralda County. Ensuring public health and safety, providing a safe environment would aid in attracting those potential employees. With the mining operation, there would be the need for support businesses, such as convenience stores, restaurants, and other businesses, creating more jobs. The scope of work for this grant in the amount of $350,000 would fund the purchase and installation of the generators. The county could match up to $30,000 as a combination of funds, labor, and equipment to assist with the pads for the generator. I thank you for giving us this opportunity to present our project, and Mike and I will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Susan. Committee members, any questions for Susan and Michael?
On or off? The camera.
No, do you want me to turn it off?
Yeah, we probably ought to. Hold on.
Sounds like Mike's trying to get his camera turned on here.
There you go.
Awesome.
There we go.
There you go.
Hi, Mike. How are
Hi,
you?
how are you?
Doing well. Thanks for being here. And thanks, Susan, for your presentation. Appreciate it.
It's Susan's on there, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, I just made the presentation, Mike, that we're ready for any questions.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know you had already done that. Oh, okay.
Mike, is there anything additional that you'd like to add?
Not that I would add.
Okay.
No.
All right. And committee members, I'm not hearing any questions on the project right now. Okay. We really appreciate your time and the information that you provided, Susan and Michael. And we thank you for your presentation.
And we thank you for your attention, you and the committee members.
Thank you.
Set it off.
Huh?
Set it off.
I don't know. Are they done?
Yeah, there we go. All right. At this time, we'll move on to Lyon County water system renovation. And I believe Jeff Page is doing that presentation. Jeff, do we have you on the line?
I believe they would need to unmute, Patty.
Okay. Jeff, are you 775-423-3104? If so, we need you to unmute.
Patty, I will contact Lyon County right now and see if they're on the line.
Okay, thank you, Jessica.
If we want to maybe go to the next presentation, and I can get a hold of them.
Okay, that sounds good. Next on our agenda would be Fallon, and that's the Broadway Sherman Street ADA improvements. And I believe Derek's on the line. And Derek, would you be okay to go ahead now, or?
That'd be great. Can you hear me, Patty?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. All righty. I'm going to start sharing my screen.
Derek, we're getting a little bit of an echo. I don't know if that's something on your end there.
Is this, hold on. I need to mute. Can you guys hear me? Much better now? Okay. And how do... All right, am I going to be able to share my screen, Patty, to give my presentation? It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Jessica says you're
do it
doing
now, Derek.
righty, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
You can? All righty. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm sorry, it's getting a little strange here. Working through a couple bugs. All right. Patty, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna start and someone stop me if you can't hear me, okay?
Derek, do you have your presentation up? Because we're not seeing it.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get up.
I can put it up on our screen if you need me to, and then you could just tell me next slide if you need that.
Give me 1 second. Because I've got a dual screen, so I'm just learning how to do this real quick. All right. What about now? Can you see it?
Not
No.
yet.
All right. I will just have you pull it up and I will tell you next slide. How about that?
That's fine. Can you make me the host again? Because you're host now.
I would gladly do that.
Thank you.
As soon as I figure out how to.
If you go up to my name and it says more, where it says participants, you should be able to make me the host.
Okay. Yes. Make host.
Perfect. Thank you.
All righty. Sorry about that, guys.
That's okay. We're all learning every day.
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry, now mine's going nice and slow.
That's okay. It's not on me. I'm less stressed now.
Okay, can you guys see the presentation?
Yep, looks
Okay,
good.
perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, Derek.
All right. First and foremost, I'd like to extend a big thank you for Mayor Ken Tedford. For many years, the City of Fallon and CDBG have had a historic and productive relationship. The mayor and the City of Fallon as a whole are incredibly grateful for your continued support and, as always, keeping our community in mind. Many projects would have died on the vine if it not for the Governor's Office of Economic Development recognizing the needs of rural communities and rallying to their calls. Next slide, please. With that being said, the Broadway and Sherman Street ADA improvement project is near and dear to the City of Fallon. For many years, the City of Fallon has been putting away money for miscellaneous revenue sources to hopefully one day be able to improve access to William Avenue, our main economic corridor. Mayor Tedford takes great pride in the fact that nearly the entire incorporated limits of the city have streets that are lined with curb, gutter, and sidewalk. Broadway and Sherman Street are a few of the exceptions to this rule, and he has been deeply troubled with the current state, as well as being absolutely dedicated on ensuring that Broadway and Sherman Street remain a priority projects. Next slide, please. All right. As many of you know, and as described in the application, Main Street or Williams Avenue, Fallon is the epitome of a grassroots economy. I want to take a moment to share a list of businesses that reside on Williams Avenue. Please go to the next slide. So this list incorporates only within the city, but the economic corridor goes well into the county, both directions. As you can tell, there's a fair split of corporations and small businesses on this list. I believe the majority of the business owners on this list are Fallon residents who are completely reliant on potential customers having appropriate access to their respective businesses. We know at the city that access can come from various forms of access, and for this project, we have focused not only on vehicular access, but also pedestrian access that is ADA compliant. Next list, please. Next slide. Thank you. There's no better way to demonstrate. Oh, perfect. Thank you. There's no better way to demonstrate the dire situation the city of Fallon is in by showing a few group shots of the current state of Broadway Street, and also a map. As this map shows, Broadway Street with the city water and fire hydrants in 1912. With the exceptions of pavement and a few additional utilities, this street has gone relatively unchanged since that time. Next slide, please. Here is a couple of current photos of North Sherman Street that highlight the difficulty for pedestrian traffic. Next slide, please. All right. As you can tell, it's paramount that the city that we act immediately. The city has requested from CDBG $618,000 for Broadway Street and $267,000 for Sherman Street for a total of $885,000 for ADA access portion of this project. The city is proposing to pay $1.694 million for the remaining portion of the projects. With the help of CDBG, this is a feasible project. But if necessary, the city may consider splitting these into two separate projects. The city is proposing to pay for this project using our general fund, our utility enterprise funds, and RTC funding. RTC funding is a revenue source-based percentage of gas tax. This fund has gone through a rough annual revenue of about $400,000. Mayor Tedford and the city council have held steadfast in saving up our money for projects such as these. The entirety of Broadway and Sherman improved is estimated about $2.58 million. This estimate includes a replacement of subsurface utilities, sewer lines, water lines, electrical distribution, and stormwater drainage and retention. No funding has been requested from CDBG to perform those portions of the project. The $885,000 requested during the application process are strictly associated with the unit cost estimated for paving, curb, gutter, sidewalks, and other tasks associated with performing that work. Next slide, please. Broadway and Sherman Street are located within Block Group 2, Census Tract 9503.01. which according to the HUD GIS map have an LMI of 71.61%. This block group has diverse zonings and uses. We firmly believe that all citizens and businesses will greatly benefit from the proposed improvement to these connector streets. Next slide, please. And at this time, I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Derek, thanks for your presentation. Committee members, any questions for Derek in the city of Fallon?
Hey, Derek, this is Brian McCarter for the record. You said that the city is prepared to possibly split up the projects, possibly into two phases. Which would be, if that were the decision, which would be the first phase that you would handle? Would it be Sherman, a portion of Broadway?
I think the idea of Broadway would to be completed all in one piece. I don't think we would. I think we could only break it into two. What the priority would be, I'd have to discuss with the mayor and possibly even take it to the city council. I don't know that I'm the person setting that priority. That might be for our elected officials to decide.
That's fair.
Any other questions from committee members? Derek, I just had a general question about City of Fallon. Do they have development standards regarding street improvements and sidewalks, curbs, and gutters as property is developed in this area?
Certainly we do. This particular one, we do, as things are developed, new development comes in, we certainly catch those. These particular ones were unique cases in that, well, as you saw one map, this development, I mean, that neighborhood's been there since 1912 and it got passed over for that one. Sherman Street, we developed on either side of. So they're just kind of unique cases. These aren't problems that we'd propagate going forward. These are ones that we're trying to fix and not have these type of issues any longer. But I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. All right. Hearing no more questions, just want to thank you again, Derek, for your presentation, and we will move on to the next agenda item.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Patty, I do believe Lyon County is on the line now.
Thank you, Jessica. All right, we will jump back to Lyon County and the water system renovation. It looks like we've got Aaron Lopez and I believe Jeff Page, County Administrator, to give a presentation on this project.
Hi, this is Aaron. We actually have Matt Martinson, and he's going to help us with the presentation today.
Great, thank you.
Matt, can you hear us?
Hear you. You guys can't see me, even it doesn't matter. Are we ready?
Matt, do you have a presentation, or are you going to just?
I'm just doing a verbal.
Sounds good. All right, I'll turn it over to you.
Perfect. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the CDBG Advisory Committee, thank you for the opportunity to present Silver Springs Mutual Water Company's 2021 CDBG project through Lyon County. In an effort to continue creating a fully compliant and model public water system, I'm seeking your support and assistance. The value associated with this project that I'm requesting for CDBG to fund is $95,035.61. The project I'm presenting is titled Water System Renovation to meet the requirements of NAC 445A.6713.2C. That NAC stipulates the spacing between water main isolation valve placement. Currently, regions of the Silver Springs Mutual Water Company's public water system do not have the proper number, spacing, or locations of isolation valves to operate efficiently. Portions of the system are difficult to isolate due to inadequate valving, resulting in shutdowns affecting large numbers of service connections and fire hydrants, which poses a great risk to human health and safety. To decrease the impact of the emergency shutdowns, to perform repair work, and to operate the system more effectively, we have put together a project that is comprised of adding 27 6-inch isolation valves and 26 8-inch isolation valves for a total of 53 isolation gate valves to be added to the existing Silver Springs Mutual Water Company system. The valves, with all necessary accessories to accommodate installation, are being requested to be funded by CDBG. The in-kind portion of this project includes the cost associated with SSMWC's field staff and equipment to perform the physical installation of all materials purchased by CDBG. The track system assets, including valve condition and depreciation, Silver Springs Mutual Water Company is now using a newly implemented Fiscal Sustainability Plan, or FSP. The company anticipates the continued asset management, operations, and maintenance in accordance with this SFP, along with planned water system expansion to meet growing needs, will require employing additional staff in the future. Lyon County is approaching economic recovery from both the Great Recession and COVID-19. Silver Spring Mutual Water's planned expansion will help support the county's expected growth, economic growth, including the Silver Spring Stagecoach Opportunity Zone area served by Silver Springs Mutual Water Company. Funding this project would ensure that Silver Springs Mutual Water Company's water system would meet state requirements so that it can remain in service, supporting both immediate community needs and future economic development efforts. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you for your presentation. Committee members, any questions? Hearing none, we will move on to our next agenda item. Thank you for your presentation. And
certainly, thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that. We are clipping right along on this agenda here. Our next project is the Murray Street Sewer Rehabilitation Project Phase 3 from Ely. Do we have anybody on the line from Ely?
Oops, sorry, Patty, I don't believe that they're on the line yet. I can give them a call. And
Okay,
see-
or do we have anybody on the line that would be willing to move their project forward, their presentation forward?
Linda with the City of Caliente might be able to.
Okay.
Linda, if you're ready. Maybe not.
There we go. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. I have the same issue that the other fellow did with the dual screen. So Jessica, I'm gonna have you do our presentation too, if you wouldn't mind.
Not a problem. I will put it up right now for you.
Thank you. Oh, I sent you the wrong one. Oh my gosh, I am so embarrassed. Actually, I'm not ready yet. Maybe I can figure out how to get my other one up.
Linda, or you could send over what you have in an email to Jessica and she can put it up right now.
Okay. Oh, I feel embarrassed.
Oh, no. You know, we're really appreciative of you jumping ahead here to fill in the time. So no need to feel embarrassed.
Thank you. All right, give me 2 seconds.
In the meantime, we'll just take a quick bio break for those. We'll do like a 5-minute break. How's that? Go get the coffee filled and bio break.
Oh, dang. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. This isn't gonna work. You can
All right, Linda, I'm guessing this is the right presentation that we have up here on the screen right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like me to begin?
Let's just give it a couple minutes to make sure everybody's back.
Absolutely no problem. Thank you so much for the time.
Yeah, thank you, Linda.
Patty, this is Lynn O'Mara. I'm back on.
Great, thank you, Lynn, appreciate that. All right, Brian, Sheldon, Jeff, are you guys back?
I'm going to do my presentation. So I need everybody to clear out. Not often you get to kick the mayor out. The CDBG grant for the depot.
Just checking in to see, we've got Lynn back, Sheldon, Jeff, Brian, are you guys back?
I'm back.
Thank you. Sheldon, Brian? Linda, we'll hang on. I want to make sure that all the committee members are present before you start your presentation.
Absolutely no problem. I got to kick the mayor out of my office. It felt kind of good.
All right, looks like Sheldon and Brian are back. I can see you guys now. All right, Linda, we're ready to go ahead with the historic Caliente Railroad Depot.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for allowing me to make this presentation today. This is for the historic Caliente Railroad Depot, the restoration project phase 3. As I'll just get started. The city of Caliente and the Caliente Depot are synonymous. There is no thinking of one without the other. Built after the first depot burned down in 1921, it was finished in 1923, becoming an important asset to Caliente in its heyday. Once the railroad began using primarily diesel engines, the depot was no longer necessary and was abandoned. The railroad was going to tear it down, but Mayor Clarence Harding, being a retired railroad man, wrote the Union Pacific stating, "We could sure put the old depot to good use." Since then, it has been used as City Hall, as well as providing a place for numerous businesses, clubs, community outreach services, and government entities over the years. On March 5th, 1974, the Caliente Depot was put on the National Register of Historic Buildings. The depot has also hosted numerous community events, fundraisers, classes, and meetings. It attracts tourists all year long, being one of only 2 mission-style depots that are a remnant of a time long gone. It is not unusual to see vehicles pulled off the road with people taking pictures of it, or have visitors pop into City Hall to ask about its history and tour the building. It is no surprise that if you do a Google search for Caliente, the first results all feature pictures of the historic Caliente Railroad Depot. Though the depot's current usage has been beneficial, it does not fully utilize its potential. Having the building historically restored, rehabilitated, and renovated could be used to generate economic growth within the city of Caliente. Excuse me. The Caliente Historic Railroad Depot Restoration Project is set in 3 phases. The first 2 phases involve the environmental review, issuance of the RFP, and the retention of a historic preservation consultant and architect engineer, as well as beginning the rehabilitation and lead extraction of the doors and windows and preparation of the building to be replastered. We have contracted Heritage Architecture and Planning to be responsible for the preparation of contract specs, bidding, and supervision of all renovation activities to ensure that they are completed to maintain the historic character of the Caliente Depot. The exterior restoration is the first and most vital step to the historic Caliente Depot project. The building's facade has deteriorated due to time and weather and is in need of repair to remain viable. The project has had setbacks, issues with completing the environmental review, choosing the correct architect, staffing issues within the city of Caliente, and of course the COVID-19 pandemic, which have delayed the start of construction. So far, we have accomplished several items on the project schedule and are looking to start construction in July, finally. The Community Development Block Grant Program and the Governor's Office of Economic Development have been instrumental in this effort, providing funding for the first 2 phases as well as guidance and support. We can't thank you guys enough for that. The first deliverable that we received from Heritage was the Historic Structure Report. In its 197 pages, we were given the details of the overall condition of the structure, what areas can be restored, rehabilitated, and renovated, the original colors of the building, work recommendations, and information about what makes the depot historic. The city has also been allotted $2 million as part of Assembly Bill 84, which will be used to fund the exterior repair restoration of the City Hall offices section of the depot and begin the interior restoration activities that are not funded by CDBG. In future plans to be able to fully utilize the depot, we will need another building to house City Hall and our current tenants, which is also not covered by CDBG funding. We are especially in need of phase 3 funding to complete the exterior. The price of materials has jumped considerably since the applications for phase 1 and phase 2, and the scope of the project has changed. It cannot be overemphasized the necessity to repair and restore the exterior of the depot to ensure its structural integrity, as well as use for generations to come. In closing, when architect Carmen Polly made her field visit to us in October, she fell in love with the depot. What she loved most wasn't that the building was in good shape, but how much the community loved and embraced it. The depot is Caliente, Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Committee members, any questions for Linda on the Caliente Depot? Not many questions from the committee today. All right. Thank you so much, Linda. Appreciate your time today.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. On to the next project. At this time, it would be the Ely project, Murray Street Sewer Rehabilitation Project Phase 3. Do we have any representatives from Ely on the call right now?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
I'm great. This is BJ Almberg, and I also have Mike Craycraft with me here for this presentation.
Great. Will you be sharing your screen for a presentation, or are you going to just talk through it?
Okay, so that's the question. I wasn't sure if the presentation came through you guys and then I just ran the presentation, or I have to share it through my screen.
No,
Yeah,
I can sorry, I can go ahead and share it. Linda, I just need you to make me the host again.
Might have to call Linda. I don't know that she can hear at this time.
I'll give her a call.
Thanks.
Okay, BJ, you should be ready to go. You would just need to tell me to go down.
Okay, perfect. All right. Hey, thank you guys. Thank you for the opportunity to present this. This is a multi-phase project that we're basically requesting here. Currently, phases 1 and 2 of this project are currently under construction, and this request for your assistance on phase 3 would complete this is the final phase of the project. And so, Jessica, I guess you could probably go to the next slide here. Obviously, you guys are aware Ely is in northeastern Nevada. If you can go to the next one, Jessica, as well. So as I just explained, this project is a part of a multi-phase project that's completed. Actually, I believe in 2017 is when the first portion of the construction went under there. And so what we have done with all of these phases with this project is, as we complete our infrastructure underneath there, we actually back it up with a local regional transportation commission project and repave and reconstruct those roads with new curb gutter, sidewalks, and paving. And so that's an upgrade to the streets. And so, Jessica, if you could go to that next slide, you'll see, kind of before and after we actually were able to complete the infrastructure in there. A lot of this infrastructure is very, very old, 1910, 1930s type clay pipes. And, some of the problems that we have with those clay pipes is up in this area, we have actually high groundwater. And so we actually get infiltration of groundwater into our sewer pipes that then, goes down through our collection system and actually puts a strain on our waste treatment plant, just from the standpoint of we're actually processing more waste at our waste treatment plant than we truly are actually generating through the city. We're just picking up some groundwater and taking that and including that in our waste treatment. So this is a benefit to reduce our improvement costs, not only in our maintenance costs and our operation costs in our sewer system, but also in our wastewater treatment plant, you know, down at the bottom end of the sewer system. These mains were identified in a PER that was completed in 2010. And so we're still working through a lot of those improvements slowly with our budgets getting through what needs to be done. So Jessica, could you change the slide again? So in 2010, it was a CDBG project. We had also come back in and videoed a lot of this stuff. And so the video basically reinforced some of the issues that we knew we were having with our sewer, you know, such as cracked pipes, you know, joints that are kind of pulled apart. Just definitely just reinforced this is an old infrastructure that's in dire need of improvements throughout the system. Can you go to the next slide, please, Jessica? And so, as you can see by some of these pictures, this is an old clay pipe and very much needed in repair. And here's just multiple pictures just showing some of the things that that we are running into as we had this videoed. And so, if you can go to the next slide, please. And here's an actual, you know, just a visual representation of what our project is to complete. This will complete it, getting it up through this project, and then as I said before, we'll back it up with an RTC project to get this road completely completed. One of the things associated with this that is probably important to be said is this project, when we were dealing with phase 1 and 2, which is currently under construction today, one of the things that had delayed those going to construction was we actually had to go through some of the environmental stuff and SHPO clearances and everything else for this project. And so all of those clearances, we completed all of these clearances and environmental stuff for the entire phases of this project. And so all of those approvals, you know, are still good for this next phase. And so we're really trying to get this phase out of the way while those approvals are still valid and have not expired. So that's a big benefit to us, that all the environmental and SHPO type of improvements are already completed. Next slide, please. And so, you know what, we are planning on the intentions. We're going to continue to go up this road. We're replacing the old clay pipe with new PVC sewer mains, and replacing old, you know, dilapidated manholes with new 48-inch manholes. We're also, as we're going up there, we are going to update all of the water services in the area, because our water line is competent and good in the area, but our services are, you know, occasionally causes some problems. And so since we are backing this up with a new road rebuild, we are also, as a part of the project, replacing the water laterals going up through there, so that we will have basically good water and sewer infrastructure under our new roadway. Our estimated costs for the projects are approximately $350,000, with the city contributing, you know, in-kind match there of 25%, of approximately $87,000 to $88,000 for this project. You know, next slide, please. And in this slide, this is just kind of summarizing some of the things that I've said before. Is this reduced some of our operation maintenance costs because of infiltration, old sewer lines, and all the problems that we'd shown in there. And again, there's our stuff on the waste treatment plant. It helps us on the back end as well. And the last one is a video. I'm not sure if that video will play the way that it is right there or not, but okay, yeah, that might just end up being a picture, and that's fine. But what that video is, that just is a video, just runs down that pipe a little bit, going down there, and just shows, you know, most of the things that some of those pictures had shown you, that this is very typical in this old neighborhood and very, very old sewer mains for our community. So that kind of wraps up our presentation for this and our request. And, as again, I just want to express this is our last phase of this project that has been, CDBG has been very beneficial and helpful to us up until this point, getting us to where we are today. And we appreciate that. And we hope that we would be able to finish out this project final phase together. So any questions for us?
Thanks for your presentation, BJ. Committee members, any question? And Sheldon will be sitting silent on this one.
I have a question. It's Jeff Fontaine. Mr. Allenberg, one of the slides indicated that you would be replacing water service laterals. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, are those the actual service connections and meters, or just what exactly are you calling laterals, I guess is my question.
Yes, for this. So what we'll do is we'll come and replace the existing service from the water main with a new service lateral all the way to, and put in a water meter and pit at each of those locations.
Okay, and the current laterals are old or disrepair, or what's?
Correct. And so a lot of the services are up there. They're old. We do have some occasional problems with the services leaking. And the other benefit of why we want to update these services is, one, the problem that we have currently with them. And number two, there's also existing services up there that are not metered. And so this will actually put a water meter box at each location so that we can have the ability to meter them.
Okay, and that's fine. I guess my question is, in terms of CDBG eligibility, are service connections an eligible expense under CDBG?
Hi, Jeff. This is
Are you asking me that, Jeff, or are you asking somebody else that?
Whoever can answer the question. I was just curious. Just want to make sure.
Hi, Jeff. This is Jessica. Yes, they are, as long as those connections are going to an LMI person, so that they
Okay.
would need to just verify that with us.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome.
Good questions, Jeff. Any other committee members have questions for BJ? BJ, I did have a question about the phase 1 and phase 2 and the timeline for getting those funds spent before getting funds for phase 3. Could you speak to that at all with the timing of these 3 phases?
Yeah, 1 and 2 are currently under construction right now, and so their time frame they'll be wrapped up in, I believe it's first part of May, and so that will be completed by the time this funding would come into play, and then this funding would come in. You got to go through the design process, get everything completed, going up through there, get it out onto out to bid again, and so that. Phase 1 and 2 will be complete long before we would ever use this funding and start this phase 3 project.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, we really appreciate you jumping in a little early to give your presentation. And
no problem. We're happy to do that. And so thank you for the opportunity to give the presentation. And we look forward to hopefully being able to complete this project together.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, next up on the agenda is Nye County. We have the Northern Nye County Hospital demolition. I believe we have Samantha Kramer on the line. Samantha, are you available to start your presentation on this?
Good morning, everyone. We actually have Russell Pillars with the Northern Nye County Hospital District to do the presentation for this project.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee members. It's really a privilege to be able to be with you today to tell you about what we're trying to accomplish in Tonopah. I do have my presentation if I could share it. Am I allowed to share that right now? So it still says, oh, there it goes.
You should be able to do it now, Russell.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Let me select back here. Everybody see that okay?
Looks good.
Okay. So first, a quick introduction of myself. I am the consultant hired by the Northern Nye County Hospital District to help them rebuild their healthcare. I was actually born and raised in Tonopah, and left, came up to Reno, and wound up getting my PhD in biomedical engineering, and wound up through a series of circumstances being able to give the district a proposal for me to help them move forward, and they accepted that. It's been about 2.5 years we're on this path. So what I want to do is, again, the overall ask is to demolish the old hospital, and I'll give you a quick timeline to let you know how we got from there to here, if that's okay. And don't hesitate to stop me if you have any questions. So in May of 2015, the hospital was struggling. So Nye County created the district in an attempt to get things in order and save the hospital. Unfortunately, that didn't work. And in November of that year, NRMC, the hospital actually closed, leaving practically zero healthcare in Tonopah. There is one other provider, a nurse practitioner, but you know, Tonopah at that point represented another one of the statistics of hospitals around the country that were closing for various reasons, economics and the cost of healthcare being just two of them. So in July of 2016, the district was able to complete a phase 1 EPA assessment on the property. And 2017, in May, we were able to get the hazardous materials survey done, and that comes into play in the demolition, of course. And then moving forward, our relationship with USDA and Ms. Couch began. We were awarded a Community Facilities Technology and Training Grant, or CFTAT, to assist with rebuilding the healthcare there in Northern Nye County. And I was, through the Nye CC Coalition, I was appointed as the project manager for that CFTAT grant. So shortly after that, the district hired me as their consultant to help move things forward. Basically, for all intents and purposes, I'm a project manager trying to get things done. And then in May of 2019, so before that, we had decided on a path of kind of a crawl, walk, run, if you will. So crawl would be Renown had come into Tonopah and was doing some telemedicine efforts. It was meeting some needs, but not the main needs of the area. And then the walk would be, we were able to hire a company, put a service agreement in place with a company out of Las Vegas to come into the clinic, which is a separate building on the property, and start providing a level of in-person healthcare. And that happened last March, so almost a year ago. So they're doing well, they're getting up to speed, but again, it's not the ultimate goal. The goal is to get a functioning hospital back in Tonopah. Even though Tonopah seems like a small place, population around 2,000 or so, medical wise, because of Highway 95, they need to have facilities to be able to provide care for 25,000 a population of 25,000. So with the outlying areas and Highway 95, there's a big need there. So as part of this path, working with USDA, ultimately looking to submit an application for the funds to rebuild the hospital, either through a grant or loans, like Ms. Couch was discussing earlier. We have lots of boxes we need to check. So in August of, well, the first was the health assessment. So that was done in May 2019, and the county or the district paid for that, is part of their matching funds for that CFTAT grant. So like I say there, that was critical on the funding path. Then in August, we did the big step of the preliminary architectural review. That was a very large project. We hired an outside company to do that. They went in, looked at the old hospital, did a right down to the foundation analysis of the building, looking at the program of what the district would need moving forward. So about how many beds, how many critical beds, how many perinatal beds, those kinds of things. So with that program in mind, based on all of their experience, looking at the demographics of the district, they reviewed the building, and ultimately they came out and made it very clear that it was much more financially reasonable for the district to demolish the old building and build new on that site rather than trying to remodel. There was many elements in that analysis that drove that decision. Some are every mechanical system in the building would have to be replaced. So when the hospital closed, they lost all of their ability to grandfather in old certifications. So they would have to start from scratch and meet all new codes. So the width of the hallways are too narrow, mechanical structures, and the hazardous materials in the construction. It was built in right around 1970. So it has lots of asbestos and some lead in the paint still. So anyway, we finished the PAR, and then we started in October this last year, we started the design build competition to actually find a company that will, it's a design build is a special kind of building process, if you're not familiar with it, where the construction firm and the architect are one team. So they work together, and that should prove to save the district a lot of money as they move forward, and less arguments between a separate architect and a builder. So we started that competition, and we've made it as far as we've down selected to 3 firms that are going to then put together a presentation to the district in the next few months, and they will then pick the team that they would like to move forward with. Another key step in the process is the examine financial forecast. And we've hired a CPA firm to do that. That will give USDA, it's basically an audit of the future to look at how well the district will be able to support a hospital of the size that they're envisioning. So where you come in is, so we called phase 0 the acquisition of the property of the hospital itself back from the county. So we accomplished that. Phase 1 was getting the clinic up and running. And now phase 2 is the demolition of the building, which will actually be performed by the team that we pick in the design build competition. And the logic behind that is those teams may decide to use a tiny little bit of the foundation, or maybe a wall or something of the old structure to save the district money. So we don't want to do a separate demolition, taking that option away from the team that they choose. So they may very well decide to just level it back to dirt and start from scratch. But so the idea is if you can help us fund the demolition, then that will take that burden off of the district as we move into somewhere around, we don't know the specific number, somewhere between 15 and a 20 million construction effort for the new hospital. So these images here show the structure. It's about a 30,000 square foot structure. And again, you know, once the design team gets in there and can look at it, they may very well remove the whole thing. Now, the costs that you have that we've listed includes demolition of the whole facility and management of the all the utilities. If you can see in the back there, there's some very large propane tanks and oxygen tanks for the hospital. So management of all of those utilities, plus the removal of the hazardous materials. We did have some demolition companies come in with no real appreciation for the distance to Tonopah, and they gave us smaller numbers, but the ones that we've received and presented to you come from a source that we trust extremely highly, and we know this will not be an inexpensive effort. So if there is any change in cost, if it goes up, the district will cover that. But we're hoping that we want to put this project in front of you. And it's as far as things like blight, the hospital is closed and locked, but the small homeless population in Tonopah has identified it as a place they like to go hang out. And there was a fire, not in the building, but right behind the building in a trailer that some individuals that were trying to use the facility. So one way or another, the building needs to go, and this demolition will facilitate that. So again, this is some information on the quote and the schedule. You'll notice in our application, we did not mark like actual beginning dates, but they were delta, so time spans, because of the unknown in the design build competition. We don't quite know yet. You know, we anticipate in probably the next quarter, we would be able to start this effort, but we don't feel confident enough to actually put a date on it. And that's all I have. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Russell. Committee members, I'll open the floor to any questions. Lynn?
Yeah, for the record, Lynn O'Mara. Thanks for that presentation. I do have several questions. Do you have a rough estimate of the cost of the replacement hospital?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you have an estimate, just a rough estimate of what the actual cost will be to construct the replacement hospital?
Yeah, as we sit today, we believe it's in that number between 15 and 20 million.
Okay. The proposal said it would be a critical access hospital. How many beds are you planning for critical for that?
I'm sorry, you cut out there. Just saying, how many what?
How many beds are planned for? It's a critical access hospital. So
25.
How many?
25.
Okay, so you're at the max. Will any of those be swing beds? That is,
yes.
They will be, okay.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with NRS 439A.100?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Based on the information you just provided, and I can say this because I was the program manager for this for 4 years. Before you can start construction of the hospital, you do have to obtain approval from the director of the Department of Health and Human Services under the Certificate of Need program. That means you could do demolition. However, if you did not get that Certificate of Need, you cannot construct the hospital or begin construction of the hospital. I can tell you it can take as little as 6 months, but it can also take as much as 18. And NRS 439A.100 is the statute, and then all of the requirements for the application would be an NAC 439A.295 to 675. And there is, I'm not sure who's managing the program now, but it is again under DHHS. And again, you cannot build the hospital until you file that and get that approval done. Not everyone agrees. When Nye Regional closed, it was very, very sad. And I'm glad to hear that your radius or the population you're looking at serving is for about the same amount that regional center did as well, because that will be needed, particularly with the growth coming as expected. And also, there's a big gap. However, my concern is that you haven't started that certificate of need process. And I would say a good resource, if you haven't already tapped it, is the Nevada Rural Hospital Partners, because they help with that. Also, too, they may have some services that can also help to mitigate some of the costs associated with the hospital. So these are just things that I have concerns about. No one will argue that it's needed, and that's definitely true. However, this process, the sooner you get it started, the sooner you can move on with things, and that is something to consider.
I wasn't clear if we needed to have our construction team in place before we went for certificate of need, and that examine financial forecast. So, because that'll give some real numerical teeth to showing that and we broke our examine financial forecast into 2 phases. So the first phase, they will look at just the basic numbers of if the population, the revenue from the district, from taxes, all of those things can support a hospital this big. And if perchance they come back and say no, which nobody is anticipating, even on the CPA side, but if they did say no, well, that tells us we need to find a different plan. So, but if they say yes, then they will move into creating that huge volume of information that USDA requires for our application.
For the record, Lumera, actually what the USDA requires and what you would need for certificate of need are pretty similar, and there's an overlap. So, and you will need 3 years of pro forma financials. And what we'll do is, I don't know, it's been a little while since I've had the program. You'd have to look at the requirements. I don't believe you have to necessarily have the construction team in place, but you have to have the plan, and you'd need to look at the requirements to see what information is there.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And yeah, I'll definitely get connected with Nevada Rural Health Partners. And we're looking for that financial data of the 5 years or so before the hospital closed is proving to be a little tricky, but we know they may actually have some of that through various routes. So yes, that's definitely on my to-do list. Thank you. So anything else?
This is Jeff. If I can ask a question, please. Hi, Dr. Pillars. It's Jeff Fontaine. Lynn kind of, she asked several of the questions that I had an interest in, but I want to follow up on the governance structure of the hospital district. The hospital district in Tonopah is primarily a taxing district, so that there's a property tax levy associated with your financing.
Correct.
What about the governance and management of the hospital district? How is that being addressed?
So that is, this is going to sound like a bad answer, but it's to be decided. The district themselves, the members, the trustees at the moment, are not, how do I want to say it? They wouldn't sign up tomorrow to actually run the hospital. It's beyond their scope of what they're comfortable with. So we know that there will be some sort of services company or something that we will approach down the road. And we have a few irons in the fire in that regard that we're not quite ready to share with the public yet. But they know that that's going to need to be put in place as so that they understand there's a couple different ways to run this hospital. That they can put a service contract similar that they have with the clinic right now with an entity that would want to come in and just run the hospital. The district could subsidize them as needed if possible. Hopefully the hospital will be self-sustaining, you know, and not too long of operation. But that's a great question. It's on our minds all the time. And for lack of a better way to put it, we don't want to wait till we have that all figured out to move forward with getting something constructed. We trust that we can get that in place by the time the doors need to open.
And if I may just follow up. So the application was submitted on your behalf by Nye County.
Correct.
And so obviously they're supporting this application. But as far as sort of who is managing this effort, it's I guess you right now. But you with the taxing structure that you have in place, and you do or do not have a governing body at this point in time, I guess is the question.
Well, the district itself, so the chairman, and as
Okay.
far as that goes, as far as an actual hospital governing body, no, they do not.
But it's a district. Okay, that's what I was asking. It's you do
Yeah,
have a
so
governing body.
the county created the district as a legal entity. It's a state entity recognized by the state. So again, in 2015, and unfortunately they couldn't stop the train from going off the
Right.
cliff. So
Okay.
ever since then, they've been working to remedy things. And honestly, once they were able to get me on board, things started to happen a little faster just because they're all busy.
Sure.
So
Okay. So what you described earlier about a management structure, that remains to be determined, and I understand that that's how that process is going to work. Okay.
And to be honest with you, we will take advice from anybody. And we know there's lots of people out there that have strong feelings about how to run a hospital. Some of them good, some of them not so good. And that's one of the roles that I feel is to weed some of that out and help point the district in the right direction.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
This is Brian McCardle for the record. Assuming you demolish the building and select a design builder, what are the next milestones to actually start construction on the new hospital? Does there have to be a capital raise plan?
Well,
just
that's
lay out
where
the next
right
couple
now.
years for me.
Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry about that. Yeah, so the next steps would be a lot of things happening in parallel. So the examined financial forecast, the EFF, would begin. I think clearly based on what Ms. O'Mara just said, I need to get my certificate of need process rolling as soon as possible, if not yesterday. And then once we have the down select on the design build team, we will need to put a construction lawyer on task with us to help us get the contract put in place. And then at that point, we will be submitting our application to USDA for the funding to actually build the hospital. Now, whether that's, we're not anticipating doing a fundraising effort. Ms. Couch has given us the confidence that we think we can work with them directly for, the vast majority. We did reach out to the Pennington Foundation to see if they would let us apply for funding for the hardware inside the building. And they've asked that we wait until the hospital is actually up and running. So, but we're always on the lookout, and we actually have a lobbyist in DC that is helping us to an immense degree with our Nevada representatives. They've already helped way more than I anticipated, and I've dealt with lobbyists quite a bit. But anyway, we have lots of iron in the fire of how we may do this, but so getting them on contract, getting the builder on contract, getting a design selected, and then getting our application submitted for the funding from USDA. Those are the big, and then obviously, again, the certificate of need and the EFF, again, those are happening in parallel.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Much appreciated.
Okay. Next project on the agenda is the Nye County Pahrump Fairgrounds Sewer and Wastewater System. Again, I'll turn to Samantha for presentation, and you're next person to present on this.
Good morning. Is it possible to share my screen?
Jessica, I'll get you set
I'll give
up.
it to you right now. You should have access now, Samantha.
Thank you. Okay. Please let me know if you can see my screen. There we go. My name is Samantha Kramer. I'm the Nye County Grants Administrator. Darren Tuck and I will present the Pahrump Fairgrounds Sewer and Wastewater System. Darren is with the Nye County Public Works and can answer the questions related to the project. We're requesting funding through CDBG program to complete the sewer and wastewater system for the Pahrump Fairgrounds. This is the 5th phase of the Pahrump Fairgrounds project. The Pahrump Fairgrounds is a total of 427 acres, is centrally located in Pahrump, and has easy access to Highway 160, which does go through the town. We're finalizing the conceptual Pahrump Fairgrounds with the completion of our environmental assessment that was also funded through CDBG. At this time, the conceptual plan includes 8 soccer fields, an equestrian and livestock area, a civic center, the detention basin, and an OHV park. We received funding for the water and well system through the CDBG program last year in the amount of $500,000. The current map will be updated to include this project and other additions identified in the environmental assessment. The proposed fairgrounds will allow room for us to expand in the future. We have applied for and have been awarded the following grants for the Pahrump Fairgrounds. We had a well installation through HUD for $198,400 in 2012. That well was installed for a fireworks shooter site and did not include the new conceptual project for the entire fairgrounds. We had a drainage study through CDBG for $124,000. Detention basin through CDBG for $411,950. This project should be ready to close in the next quarter. The OHV park through the NV, the Nevada OHV program for $150,000. An environmental assessment through CDBG for $50,000. This process to complete the EA at the entire Pahrump Fairgrounds is still ongoing and will help streamline the future phases. The water and well system through CDBG for $500,000. The construction will start at the completion of the environmental assessment. And we have established a room tax for the Pahrump Fairgrounds that will help fund future projects and continued maintenance at the facility. The low and moderate income summary data for the Pahrump Valley is 51%. The median household income is $47,535 based on the 2019 American Community Survey estimates. The proposed fairground should bring 13 long-term full-time jobs with an average salary of $26,829 and 7 short-term full-time jobs with an average salary of $130,455. The fairgrounds will create jobs for potential commercial buildings along the highway, such as restaurants, events to be held by the town, which will bring in trade by way of vendors, and landscaping jobs to care for the property. This will also increase the sales tax revenue. Sorry, I think I jumped a slide. The total project has been budgeted at $158,323.81. We are requesting that CDBG fund $147,225 for the construction of the sewer and wastewater system. The in-kind match will be the administrative cost, totaling $11,098.81. Darren Tuck with Nye County Public Works provided the estimate and can speak on the project details. Our projected schedule, this is our projected schedule for the project. We anticipate the completion and closeout of the grant by June 30th of 2022. With it being a construction grant, I believe we have the 24 months. So we will have some wiggle room, but we do plan on being ahead of the curve this time. In conclusion, the sewer and wastewater system will allow us to continue the necessary work of the Pahrump Fairgrounds and its future phases. The impact on economic development will create more jobs, both short-term and long-term, and will also allow for future expansion. And none of this would have been possible without the assistance of CDBG. As you can tell, they've provided numerous funding for us to continue this Pahrump Fairgrounds project, and we are very appreciative of it. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Samantha. Committee members, questions regarding the project? It appears we have no questions. Samantha, thank you for your time today and your presentation.
Thank you.
The next presentation that we have today is Nye County Union Plaza and Convention Center parking lots. Samantha, do you have presenters that you'd like to introduce?
Yes, we should have Chris Mulkerns with the town of Tonopah.
Hey, Patty, I'm going to pass this off to Kat Galley, our tourism and events coordinator. She's going to do the presentation, and then we'll both be available for questions after.
Great, thanks, Chris.
We are not wearing masks because we're both vaccinated. I hope I'm sharing the right screen.
We can see it.
Okay, perfect. Let me just get out of what Chris's screen is showing to me now. I almost just left the meeting accidentally. There, that's what I need so that I have control over the slide. All right, sorry for the delay. As Chris said, my name is Kat Galley. I'm the tourism and events coordinator for the town of Tonopah, and I will be presenting the Union Plaza and Convention Center parking lots project. There are 3 parking lots located within the heart of downtown. The Mizpah Hotel, marked as what literally is considered the center of town right there at that intersection. And the Convention Center marked for your reference so that you know where I'm showing you those properties in the next slides. All 3 of these properties are located within the designated Tonopah Main Street District. Tonopah was accepted into the Main Street program about 2 years ago. And they're also located within the Tonopah Slum and Blight area as designated by our town board. The reason that we are applying for this project is because of the current condition of these 3 parking lots that are all used for the convention center, but also for our downtown businesses. As you can see, the surfaces are in bad shape. They prove to be tripping hazards and not very safe for vehicles or people walking. There is currently no marking, as you can see in the center picture, which leads to crazy parking everywhere and it being inefficient for the amount of vehicles that we'd like them to serve. What we are hoping to be able to do with the Union Plaza parking lot, which is also our only outside event plaza, is to redesign it, to install proper flood drainage, to resurface the property, install parking design and signage, and possibly moving the existing entry driveway, which currently is off-centered, which would possibly be moved to the center. And for the convention center parking lots, it's a little easier, just the resurfacing and the proper marking and signage for efficient parking. As I've mentioned before, this project qualified under the Tonopah Slum and Blight area as designated, as you can see here, in 98 and 2004. But what's really important to note is that these 3 parking lots serve 29 of our 68 brick and mortar businesses in Tonopah that are located within walking distance in the Main Street District, and 5 of our 10 lodging properties. And as you can imagine, tourism is a very important factor for our economy here in Tonopah, hence why I am speaking. So this is really important for our future as a tourism destination and for having this plaza that you see in the background of these slides being our event center. We are anticipating 16 full-time jobs, some of those during the construction phase, some of those afterwards for our maintenance crew and our convention center staff, including myself, to continue the operations for our tourism efforts and our convention center efforts. We are asking for $350,000, which will pay for all of these things listed below: the design, the permitting, removing of existing surfaces, the installation of new surfaces, curbs, gutters, the efficient marking, handicap marking, signage, whatever is needed for the Union Plaza, as it will be an event plaza, possibly additional lighting, possible landscaping. It all kind of depends on what the bids come back for. Our timeline is that we are ready to go. We have received all responses back for the environmental review, including SHPO. So we are ready to go. The only reason we are not anticipating to be done until June is, as you can imagine, we get a lot of snow in the winter months, so we don't anticipate being able to pour asphalt and or concrete during the winter. And our project benefits are obviously, as I've mentioned, this is the only downtown event location and the only outside event location, which is important for our businesses to be able to come outside, but also for our nonprofits to host events, town host events there, which improves the quality of life for residents. It's the only place for pop-up shops, food vendors, etc. It's the central downtown parking for all our hotels, restaurants, and retail stores in the Tonopah Main Street District. It's parking for nonprofits, 5 of which are located in that Main Street District. And it is the important parking for our convention center. The capacity is actually 800, but we currently only advertise up to 500. You can imagine if we don't have proper parking, we can't advertise the facility for what it is rated for. So we are really hoping to attract more multi-day conventions that bring in hundreds of people over a weekend, that stay in our hotels and eat in our local restaurants, shop, and bring in revenue. With that, we are hoping that our current businesses can expand, or that we will attract new businesses to our Main Street District or to Tonopah overall. With that, obviously, job creation and job retention, and most importantly, increased sales and room tax collections, not just for the town, but also the county and the state of Nevada. And if I may add, we have proven ourselves with Travel Nevada grants to be highly efficient, to be stretching the dollars, and to make sure that the money comes back into everyone's coffers to the best of our ability. So with that, I have rushed through our presentation and we are ready for your questions.
Thank you, Kat. Thanks for your presentation. Committee members, do you have any questions for Kat and Chris on this project? I will just say a comment. It's nice to hear Main Street in a CDBG presentation. So,
Well, we are grateful for the program, let me tell you that.
Yeah, Tonopah does a great job with their Main Street program. Okay, no questions from the committee members. We will move on to the next presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one. White Pine County, we have the McGill Sewer Pond relining, phase 2. And there's Tabitha. Hello, Tabitha.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I will just go ahead and start. Our engineer is not here right now, so hopefully he'll be here by the time you guys have questions. For the record, my name is Tabitha Hamilton. I'm presenting the, well, I should probably share my screen first, huh? Let's see. Okay, sorry about that. Can you guys all see this?
Yes, your screen is up.
presenting the 2021 White Pine County McGill Flat Sewer Pond. Sorry, gotta fix this. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm not sure how to exit out of this.
No problem. Take your time, Tabitha.
There we go. Can you guys see the sewer pond presentation now?
No, we're still seeing the passing of the slag ditch.
Okay. Let's see if I can fix that. Okay, how about now?
There we go. Now it says McGill Sewer Pond lining.
Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so I am presenting the 2021 McGill Sewer Pond relining project. So we will start with a general history of McGill. McGill is a former company town established to house workers at a copper reduction facility or smelter. The first trainload of copper ore arrived in McGill at the McGill plant in 1908. Over 2,000 people were employed at the smelter, but like many other company towns, the people left when the smelter shut down in the 1970s. Modern day McGill. McGill is home to over 1,000 people today. Many residents of McGill are employed by the nearby copper mine and state prison. Local recreation includes picnicking at the local McGill pool or camping, hiking, and much more. The need. The primary concern regarding the existing sewage pond is based on the 2018 inspection report on the McGill wastewater plant facility. Due to the main pond liner's age and previous damage repair, the pond may experience failure in the future, resulting in the inability to meet the sewage demands of the community. The sludge in the main pond is nearing its 20% maximum capacity allowed by NDEP. This is causing test results to come back over the limit. Here you can see tears and failed repairs of the liner. And here you can see the sludge measurements of 22% on average when it should be under 20%. So that's a big issue. Preventative measures. Damage to the liner caused by wind has occurred in the past. Repairs to the lining have taken place. However, the liner has exceeded its useful life and the state is mandating its replacement. Project summary and scope. The McGill Roof GID would like to proceed with relining the main pond and upgrading the facility to decrease hazards and increase the efficiency of the facility. The scope of the entire project is to construct a new pond that would be needed while the current pond is down for maintenance and then would be used to increase efficiency throughout the facility. We would then desludge the main pond and reline the main pond. It is estimated that this can be done in a single phase or in 2 phases, but it would be more costly. Total project cost and future funding. White Pine County is currently at the maximum allowable tax rate and has one of the highest sales taxes in the state of Nevada. The McGill Roof GID completed a rate study and a rate increase will be effective July 1st, 2021, based on the result of this rate study. The GID submitted an application for this project to the Nevada Water and Wastewater Review Committee for the full amount to fund this project as one phase. The response was received on February 24th, 2021, stating that it was not likely that the McGill Roof GID would be eligible for principal forgiveness funding, with one of the reasons being that McGill was not considered disadvantaged. Though we disagree with this, as McGill is a low to moderate income area, we are appreciative that this response included 3 scenarios for a loan depending on the amount funded by CDBG. Our fear is that yet another rate increase would be needed, so the GID has just done a rate increase in the last year. We are hopeful that with the combination of CDBG funding and perhaps a loan through the Nevada Water and Wastewater Review Committee, that we can fund this project as one phase. If this is found to not be feasible, we hope that we will receive the full amount of funding for a first phase of a two-phase construction. We would then proceed with the second phase when funding is available in the future. Budget. These cost estimates of this project application are based off of a two-phase option from the McGill-Ruth GID's contracted engineer. The budget reflects phase number 1 of a two-phase option for this project. It is estimated that the construction for this project can be completed in only 2 ways. A single-phase construction at the cost of $1,750,000 or a two-phase project construction with phase 1 costing $887,500, which is requested. A second phase would be costing $1,093,750. This would make the total cost higher if the project were done in 2 phases, as this option would be completed at a total of $1,981,250. This does not include the current PER phase. Schedule. Very recently, we were informed by our engineer that the PER would need to continue through December of 2021. If the PER does need to be completed before the project can commence, it looks like this phase may be delayed until January of 2022, or 6 months. If it does not need to be completed, our engineer can start on the project on time and could adjust as there are new findings and funding options for this project. The worst case scenario would be that the work and spending on this construction phase would be delayed by 6 months, and an extension would be needed at the end of the grant timeframe in order to complete the project. Primary goals. Our number 1 primary goal would be the construction of a new pond, and then our other goal would be the desludging and relining of the main pond to put both ponds into service. Here is a conceptual design from our engineer that shows what everything will look like with the completion of this project. The impact. The primary economic impact would be the short-term employment of an engineering firm and/or contractor to perform remediation duties based on the outcome of the currently ongoing planning study. A more intangible economic impact would be the long-term viability and well-being of the town of McGill. If the project with the sewer pond is not addressed, it could result in the inability to meet the sewage demands of the community, causing the significant decline of the town of McGill. A concern is that the pond will be unable to meet the growing demand expected to increase as a result of recent developments in White Pine County. The completion of this project would put the GID back into compliance with federal license standards. Is this project specifically identified in a city/county plan? In the White Pine County SEDS document, water and sewer infrastructure is identified as a weakness throughout the county. The project aligns with the number 1 goal of McGill in this document, which is the development/improvement of community infrastructure to provide for safe, healthy, and sanitary conditions throughout the community, including but not limited to effective drainage, sidewalk, curbs, gutters, water, and sewer, etc. Finally, this project is outlined in the McGill-Ruth Sewer and Water District's 2021 Capital Improvements Plan. Is this project identified in a state plan? This project also lines up with CDBG priority number 2 and priority number 4. This also aligns with the Nevada Housing and Community Development's Community Development Needs, Housing and Community Development Objectives and Priorities, and finally the Non-Housing Community Development. Future phasing for this project would include construction of a new pond that would be used while the old pond is down for construction and maintenance, and then would be used to increase the efficiency of the facility. Then we would go forward with the desludging of the remaining, or of the desludging and relining of the main pond. And this brings us to the project contacts. We have Elizabeth Francis, the finance director. We have myself as the grant writer. We have our engineer, which is Dean Day. We have the maintenance supervisor for the GID, which is Kurt Carson. And we also have the office manager of the GID, which is Amy Garcia. And finally, we want to thank you guys for your consideration of this project. Do you guys have any questions?
Thank you for your presentation, Tabitha. Committee members, I'll open it up for questions. Tabitha, just a question. I think you mentioned that a survey was done on the sewer fees for McGill. Do you have the amount that it was raised to?
Let's see, I think I had a note on this. So their sewer rates after this adjustment, they are $20 with a 1 cent per gallon increase and a 25% escalator for the next 4 years. Their water rates is a tiered structure. It's per gallon with a base of $19. And I think that this was actually included in our application package, this change, for more details on it.
Yes. All right. Any other questions, committee members? I'm just referring to the letter from USDA from Cheryl in her analysis. It was mentioned to bring increases up to $27.50 per month. So I just wondered how close the community was to that fee.
I'm not positive on that.
And I think Cheryl gave different scenarios within her feedback, correct?
Yeah, so I shared one of the scenarios. Let me see if I can go back to this. But she did submit 3. This would be if we received the full $887,000.
Thank you. All right. No other questions from the committee members. We'll move on to the final application, and that's for McGill Slag Ditch. So Tabitha, that's you again. If you want to switch over to that presentation.
Okay. Can you guys see it all right? Okay, so this is White Pine County's 2021 McGill Slag Ditch application. Hopefully you guys can all see it. We'll start out with the creation. As with many other company towns in rural Nevada, the fortunes of McGill are linked to the ups and downs of the metal mining industry. Copper deposits in the area were discovered in the 1870s. The McGill slag or tailings ditch was used by Kennecott Copper to transport slag or mine waste through McGill to the valley on the other side of town. The passing of the ditch. An easement agreement was done between Kennecott and the McGill GID in 1988 for the sewer rights of way over, under, and through the ditch. A permanent easement to the GID was done with no term limits. In 1999, Kennecott deeded to the county the entire tailings ditch from the Kennecott Copper property line down to the bottom. This is a map of the easements for the slag ditch. The striped area would be the McGill Ruth GID's portion, and the solid would be White Pine County's portion of the ditch. Modern day. The deed didn't include the GID's easement which is senior to the county's property rights. What that means is that the county can't trespass onto the GID's property to clean up the ditch. The ditch runs through some property owners' parcels. It separates their properties and is owned by both the county and the GID. The ditch still transports water through town, flooding area homes and causing erosion, encroachments, and weed problems. Here are some more pictures of the current conditions of the ditch. And some more pictures of different areas of the ditch. Local homeowners have had to file insurance claim losses due to flooding damage caused by the ditch as recently as 2019. And here are some pictures of that flooding. Here's some erosion underneath the roadways where the ditch goes underneath the roads. It's eroding away some of the infrastructure. Here's some more pictures of that. And here's some more pictures of the current conditions. Preventative measures. In the last round of CDBG funding, the county applied for funding to start the first phase of this project, which is currently ongoing. A report will be available in early May of 2021, just in time for this phase to get started. Pictures show spot repairs to pavement in the area that the flag ditch has caused erosion damages from the ditch. Excuse me, has caused erosion damages. Project summary. As just mentioned, there's an ongoing planning study to determine multiple factors regarding the McGill flag ditch. It is estimated that the first steps of action would include the design of a system, environmental review, stabilization of roads, and other areas of structure, etc. The county will be factoring in a 2-year time frame for this phase when coming up with the best course of action for constructing a system to remedy these drainage issues. Project costs and other funding. White Pine County is currently at the maximum allowable tax rate and has one of the highest sales tax rates in the state. Net proceeds of mines and capital improvement monies are committed to a justice facility that will bring courtrooms and jail facilities up to current state and federal regulations. As these critical projects are completed, the county will consider reallocation of these financial resources. The USDA and Red Lake program are being utilized for construction of a judicial facility, including required upgrades to our jail. No other grant resources for this project have been identified. Debt service is limited to our current commitments. Budget. $420,000 is the amount requested for this phase of the project. These costs are based off of a previous estimate from a project of similarity. If the currently ongoing planning study determines that this project will require a larger amount to fund in its entirety, the county will work with the engineer to find the best way to phase this project utilizing the $420,000 for one phase of the project. We believe that a second construction phase will be required to complete the remediation and will be put forward in a future CDBG application. Schedule. We anticipate that this requested phase of this project will take 24 months to complete, and it will be based on the results of the currently ongoing preliminary engineering report that will be available in May 2021. Next slide. Our primary goals. Because the preliminary engineering report has not been completed, there's not a clear first step of action. But we do anticipate that the first steps would be the design of needed improvements, environmental, bid documents, and construction. All these items are being proposed as a whole or as phasing based on the outcome of the currently ongoing planning study. Impact. The primary economic impact would be the short-term employment of one or more engineering firm or contractor to perform remediation duties. A more intangible economic impact will be the long-term viability and well-being of the town of McGill. If the problem is not addressed, there are multiple occupied residential parcels and areas of towns, roads, and property that may become dangerous or uninhabitable, causing a significant decline of the town of McGill. Is this project identified in a city or county plan? This project aligns with the #1 goal of McGill in the White Pine County SEDS document, which is the development/improvement of community infrastructure to provide for safe, healthy, and sanitary conditions throughout the community to include, but are not limited to, effective drainage, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, water, sewer, address blighted homes, including those in the name of absentee owners, and reduce/eliminate invasive weed species. This project aligns with this entire goal by helping remedy issues such as these. This project aligns with the #1 goal, this project also aligns with the #2 priority of CDBG and the #4 priority of CDBG. It also aligns with the Nevada Housing and Community Development Strategy goals. They list the community development needs and non-housing community development needs, both of which this project falls under. Future phasing, we will proceed with the construction of an alternate or enclosed system based on a preliminary engineering report/planning study. We estimate that the future phasing would include design of needed improvements, environmental bid documents, and construction. Finally, we have our project contacts. We have Elizabeth Francis, myself, we have our Public Works Director, Bill Calderwood, and we have our engineer, Emil Omberg. And we want to thank you guys for your consideration of this project. Do you guys have any questions?
Thank you, Tabitha. Committee members, any questions for Tabitha today? Jeff, did you have a question?
I do. Tabitha, I have a couple of questions, and the first one is how it's hard to determine how far along this project is with regard to any kind of planning or engineering. And one of the issues that came up, or at least was discussed, I think, last year when the application was made, had to do with potential for any kind of hazardous materials either flowing through that ditch or in that ditch. Do you know if that's been addressed?
I don't. The only thing that I do know is that I believe NDEP is actually doing a study currently of the Kennecott property just above this ditch. So when they have information available from this study, we'll know more about what's being put into this slack ditch.
And my second question is with regard to the actual funding amount requested. I mean, given that the engineering hasn't been completed, I mean, I recognize that there would be need to be further discussion about, you know, how a project like this would be phased. I mean, is there any, at least at this point in time, based on the initial analysis, any sort of prioritization of areas that need to be addressed, given that this will be a more long-term type of project?
So I know that one of the first steps would definitely be the environmental, just to make, you know, as one of the requirements, I believe, for CDBG is an extensive environmental review. So that would be one of our first steps. And then we talked about looking at the bottlenecking systems of the ditch, infrastructure areas and stuff like that would be our first priorities.
have one more, if I may, Patty, have one more follow-up. Has the county considered or reached out to the folks with the brownfields programs at NDEP to see if this is something that could be considered for an evaluation or funding under their brownfields program?
We have not. I noticed that earlier in this meeting, the Water and Wastewater Review Committee had talked about this project being eligible. We didn't know that before, but now that we're aware that that is possible funding for this, in future phases, we would definitely consider that.
Okay, and just for a little clarification, I think the eligibility requirements are for the Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund program. The Brownfields program is a separate program that deals specifically with sites that may or may not have previously been contaminated with hazardous materials. So just they're two separate programs.
Okay. I have not heard of that funding. I was not aware that this project was eligible for that funding, but that's definitely something we can look into.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, for the record, this is Lynn O'Mara. I just want to note for the record, I had the exact same questions that Mr. Fontaine did, so I just wanted to note that.
Thank you, Lynn and Jeff. Appreciate that. Tabitha, I think I had this same question last year. Has there been any outreach to the former company, mining company related to this from the county?
I know that there was a commission item several years ago to send a letter requesting that Kennecott take the ditch back, but I don't think that there was any resolution to that.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Tabitha, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, committee members, that ends the presentations for today. So we can take a quick break if you'd like, and come back. If you want to take a lunch break, we could come back at 12:30 and go through deliberations if that sounds good. I think Jeff's got a hard stop this afternoon, so later this afternoon, but I think we could afford to take a little lunch break and come back at 12:30 if that works for the committee.
I'm gonna need to get a charger for my computer, so that works well for me. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, all right, guys, we'll meet back here at 12:30 for deliberations. Thank you. Sheldon, are you with us?
I'm on.
Thank you, Jeff.
Finishing up my lunch.
Sheldon, are you with us? We'll give it a couple minutes here. Sheldon's on the road. I don't know that we can hear you, Sheldon.
Can you hear me, Patty?
Yeah, there we got you now.
I'm still in the freaking car.
Do you need a couple minutes to run in or?
No, I got my driver with me.
Excellent.
And she's chauffeuring me around.
Very good.
But I didn't want to keep people hanging.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm guessing that's Chris over there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Chris. All
Yeah.
right.
She's my driver today.
Excellent.
I was afraid this might happen, so we took precautions.
Excellent. Well, thank you for making a contingency plan for us.
Yeah,
Okay, so we're on to agenda item 19, the CDBG Advisory Committee discussion and final recommendations. So we'll start with the discussion on the first application we had, which was for Lyon County, the SSMWC water system renovation isolation valves requirements project.
Madam Chair, this is Lynn O'Mara. For the record, I will be abstaining because Lyon County is in our service area.
Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate that. And I will open it up to the committee for discussion on this application. I think this is, oh, go ahead, Jeff.
This is Jeff. I didn't hear it in the presentation. I didn't see it in the application with regard to any applications to the state or CDBG for funding. Is that correct, or was there additional information provided that I didn't hear?
Sorry, Jeff, are you asking how much they're requesting for funding of this project?
No. My question was, I didn't hear anything or see anything in the application to indicate that they had applied for any other types of state or federal grants.
Gotcha.
So is that, I mean, was that, did I miss anything, or is that still the case that we?
That's my understanding as well, based on the information presented today and in the application. And also from our external reviewers, I don't see any additional sources of funding for this project.
In my notes, it shows that about half the cost is covered by the county directly.
I have that it's in-kind cost from them.
So hearing no questions or comments, Jeff, were you going to add something?
Well, I guess my comment, or maybe it's a rhetorical question, is having been on this committee for several years now, I'm just wondering sort of the past, or if there's precedent, or if there's a policy with regard to how we view these types of projects where there may be an opportunity for funding from other sources, but the applicant didn't pursue those, and it's another, I mean, it's a different question if they've actually applied for other funding but have not been awarded other funding other funding. But in this case, it appears that they didn't even apply for those other funding opportunities. So I don't know how we view those, or how we viewed those in the past. I just wanted to bring that up sort of as a kind of a discussion point, I guess.
Thank you, Jeff. Sheldon, were you going to make a comment there or no?
No, I'm still trying to figure out my app. Sorry. I just want to make sure I was muted.
Brian, did you have any comments that you wanted to make?
No, I did hear mention of a fiscal sustainability plan that they were discussing to possibly cover the costs of not only this, but future expansions in terms of where their funding is going to come from.
Do we want to make a motion on this, or do we want to wait and have more discussion on other applications?
I guess we can table this one for a bit, but I don't want to table all of them. I mean, this is one of the smaller amount applications that we're being asked. And so I know there's going to be some cuts that are going to have to be made. It's probably, you know, we're looking at some bigger asks for some other applications. So, you know, given the size of this, as well as from what I've heard, I would motion to approve it, and we can have a short discussion on how others feel about it.
Jeff and Sheldon, do you have any comments on the procedure here? Or on the motion that Brian's made?
Well, I guess my initial thoughts would be to go ahead and second it. I mean, my initial thoughts were to move towards approval. But I guess, you know, obviously, I think at least my reservation comes due to the fact we have several and we know we're not going to be able to fund them all. So that's why I guess I'm kind of holding off chewing on things. There's a part of me that wonders if we shouldn't, and I'm just throwing it out there. Of course, it is a suggestion is, I mean, if there's any, and I don't know if we can go out of order on the agenda as such, but you know, if there's some that we absolutely want to bring up and you know, that maybe scored really high and we want to talk about them, or if there's some at the bottom of the scale that we want to discuss, to leave on the table to see if there's any funding left over. I think, like I say, that's my reservation, is because I know we're not going to be able to fund them all at this point. So maybe we should pinpoint the stuff that we absolutely want to be funded, or those things that we want to sit on the table as a, you know, if there's enough money left over scenario.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment, Sheldon, and it is at the committee's pleasure which applications they would like to discuss first. I was just moving in the order that we had there. We certainly can look at the either highest or lowest scored projects first and move through it that direction, if that is the pleasure of the committee.
I guess, is Lynn allowed to comment on process?
Yes. Yes, please.
I was wondering that. For the record, Lynn O'Mara. I like the idea of doing it based on scores. In fact, that's how a lot of federal grant evaluation processes go. And it may make sense in this particular case, given what we have to decide to do that.
Okay. Well, let's start with the highest score, since that would be the one that the committee thought was the strongest application. So Jessica, can you tell us what our highest scored project was?
The highest score project would be the Nye County Fairgrounds sewer and wastewater system.
Okay. And since Paul is not with us, he would be the one to abstain from this project. So all committee members can discuss this project.
Patty, this is Jeff Fontaine.
Yeah.
I just want to let the record reflect that I also have an affiliation as the executive director executive director with the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority, which has 9 member counties, one of which is Nye County. I just want to disclose that I don't believe that it creates any conflict for me or would otherwise influence my decision or voting on it benefit me any more or any less than any of the other committee members. So I just want to put that disclosure on the record, and I will be voting on this application.
Thank you, Jeff. And I don't know that our legal counsel needs to weigh in on that at all. I think you're definitely.
It's fine so long as he disclosed it the way he did and stated that he feels he can be impartial. It's fine.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll have discussion on the Pahrump Fairgrounds sewer and wastewater system.
I'll say that these projects have been released in phases. They've been good stewards of the program so far. They've made great progress on not only the fairgrounds, the infrastructure, things like that. And I've watched this project develop over time. I think it's a good project.
For the record, Lynn O'Mara, I agree with Brian. Excuse me. And also, they've done a good job, in my opinion, of building on the other projects or the other phases. And this one is related to public health and safety. So, that's something to keep in mind as well.
Great. Is there a motion from the committee?
I'll go ahead and motion to approve the requested amount for Nye County Pahrump. What is it, wastewater system?
Yes. Is there a second on the motion?
For the record, Lynn O'Mara, I second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Unanimously, the motion and second is confirmed. And Jessica, our second application.
The second application is going to be Esmeralda County, the emergency generator phase 2 project.
Thank you.
Patty, this is Jeff again. Same disclosure. Esmeralda County is also a member of the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority, which I manage under contract. They're one of 9 member counties. And again, I don't believe that this would create a conflict for me, and or would it benefit me in any way different than the rest of the committee members. So I plan to vote on this matter as well.
Thank you, Jeff. I'll open it to
Lynn.
Go ahead, Lynn. I was going to open it to committee comment.
Sorry. For the record, Lynn O'Mara is jumping in. I was reading your mind, Madam Chair. This project also builds on other funding that the county has. I also believe they've been good stewards, and this is related to public health and safety as well. Although too, there are some interesting economic development opportunities that are flowing there that this would also be very important to support. So, it seems to me that this is another phase of funding they've already had and they've done a good job with.
This is Brian McCardle for the record, echoing what Lynn said. We allowed phase 1 to help them build the pads for these generators. And I think the consultant started with the fact that they lost power for a couple hours up until 1 a.m. during a very cold season. And due to public health and safety, certainly it shows the need to put a generator like this in place in case the worst case scenario, something bad does happen. So that being said, I'm supportive.
Again, for the record, Lynn O'Mara, just a comment too. They took some initial funding they received and were able to do more versus less. So I think that speaks well to their stewardship.
This is Sheldon Mudd for the record. I just echo what everybody's saying here. I like what these small communities are doing in regards to emergency preparedness and so forth. And as a result, if there's no other discussion, I would move to approve the application.
Do I have a second on the motion?
For the record, Lynn O'Meara, I'll second.
All those in favor signify with an aye.
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 Any opposed? And motion carries. Our third application?
Is going to be City of Ely, the Murray Street Sewer and Water Improvement Phase 3 project.
Any discussion on the Murray Street project in Ely?
Again, this is the Brian McCardle for the record. This is the third phase in this project. I think this is the third time we've seen those pictures of the sewer pipes collapsed in. And so, I don't think there's too much discussion to be had unless anyone wants to add anything. And I'll go ahead and motion to approve the funding.
Thank you for the motion, Brian. I just want to note that Sheldon Mudd is abstaining from discussion since this happens in an RDA's region. Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second. Jeff.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? And motion carries.
Next project is going to be the City of Fallon Street and Sidewalk ADA improvements.
And we do not have a representative from an RDA for this application, so all committee members can discuss this application.
For the record, Lynn O'Meara, just a couple of things to note. This particular project, while it's rather large in its amount, it appears that Fallon has been a good steward of funding in the past. This does build on other phases that they've done that are related. More importantly, too, this is about connectivity that has been identified in the Nevada Recovery and Resilience Plan. Infrastructure is missing, and it doesn't matter if it's north, south, statewide, or within a community. This would have important implications for the growth of Fallon if they could have this connectivity to protect and retain their businesses. So I would like, for the committee members to please keep that in mind. It does support infrastructure needs in the state, which is a priority for the state as well as a priority for the nation, and it does support the growth of Fallon and of Churchill County. So while it's rather large, I believe they did a good job in crafting their application and making a good business case. So it's just something that I think we need to keep in mind.
Thank you for your comments, Len. Any other committee members have any comments to make on this application?
I just made a note, Brian McCardle for the record, made a note that this is two different streets that could possibly be split into two different projects. Not implying that, we split it up, but if we do have to, trim a little, we could split this up or give partial funding. I know it's hard to pick one project or the other, but just something maybe we should discuss.
Brian, I had a similar comment along that lines of the applications that we have, this is one that you could do in a phased way if we're short on funding. So. Committee members, do you have any other comments or motion? Or we can hold off on a decision on this one and move to the next application.
Well, this is Sheldon for the record. That's what I was thinking is based off of those two comments. I move to table it and revisit it towards the end so we kind of have an idea where we're at. And then if we need to determine a split or phased approach, then you know, we can encourage that.
Does that work for the rest of the committee? Yeah, okay. We will hold off on a funding decision for that one and take the next application, Jessica.
The next one is going to be the Nye County Union Plaza and Convention Center parking lot.
Okay.
Patty, I'll have to disclose on this one as well. Again, same disclosures with the earlier Nye County project application, and that is that they're a member of the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority, which I manage as a contract executive director, and don't believe it would be a conflict for me, nor would it benefit me in any way different than the rest of the committee.
Thank you, Jeff.
And Brian McCardle for the record. I drove through Tonopah maybe 2-3 months ago, and I was impressed at the development you could see along their main street with some of the renovations of the hotels, a new brewery, things like that. And I'm really optimistic of where Tonopah is taking their town, especially with the adoption of Main Street and the principles there. I think it's a great idea to activate a current city plaza, not only to use to clean it up, but make it parking, but also make it an event space as well. And with the growth, you know, fill up the convention center and things like that. So I do think that this is a great Main Street project that is facilitating further development of some cool projects they have going on.
For the record, Lynn O'Mara, I agree completely with Brian's comments. And in addition, this is not simply a convention center. It is also used as a community center as well, so it's multi-purpose. So in renovating all the parking lots, it does help the community as a whole. And also too, this is a positive success story related to what the Main Street program can do as well.
This is Sheldon Mudd for the record. I go back to, I think it's Kathy LaPlante, if I got her name right, the Main Street program, and she talked about you know, people have an excuse to drive on through, and essentially you want to eliminate those excuses by the way that you design parking and so forth. And so this eliminates that excuse. Well, there's no place to park, there's no easy access and so forth. And so I just think of her words in some of her presentations, and this does that. I'm with Brian 100%. You know, Tonopah is a cool little town, and especially that downtown area. And, you know, anything that we can do to stop that travel and get them to rid their wallets of some cash, by all means, let's do that. So, yeah, I'm 100% in favor of it as well.
Thank you for the comments. I just was going to say, if I remember correctly, this project came up during COVID funding through CDBG. And one of the other benefits that I can see in the thinking there is having these outside events area so that you can social distance in the event of, you know, pandemic situations like this, and that it really supports downtown development. You know, it's just a really forward thinking project here in light of where we're at. Any
For
other
the record, I was going to say, for the record, Lynn O'Mara, I would like to motion that we fund this project.
This is Sheldon Mudd, I'll second that.
Okay, motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries. Next project, Jessica?
The next project is going to be the City of Caliente, the Caliente Depot Restoration Phase 3.
I'm going to open it up to questions and comments from the committee.
And I will be abstaining on this one, Patty. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
This is Sheldon Mudd for the record. I'll kind of open it up. I really like the Caliente rail project and the fact that we've supported it up to this point. And I know they've tried their darndest to get rolling with that. And in light of COVID, it's really slowed them down. I'm not sure, I want to see that momentum continue and I want to see it supported. I will say that if it comes to, I'm not sure exactly the timeframes and so forth. I guess what I'm getting at is if it comes to a point where we have to trim some funding somewhere, maybe this might be one of those areas just because they're not as far along in the process. And correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I could have missed something there, but I guess what I'm seeing is if there is going to be a project we can't fund, I don't necessarily want it to be this one, but in light of the circumstances where it might take them a couple years to get through phase 2, this might be one of them. But I don't want to see funding stop on this project either, because I think that is a cool building. I think it's good. I think it's going to be great for the community. Now, on the flip side of that, if they're able to rock and roll and get through the funding, then move it forward, then like I say, I don't want to see momentum stop. But in reviewing the application and so forth, it made me think, well, it might be a while before they even get to this phase 3. So I don't want to see somebody else miss out as a result of that. But those are my thoughts. I'm just kind of throwing around some of my thinking in regards to it. But I do want to see this completed in the long run. I want to see us support it, but it might be one of those. So I just kind of wonder what some other committee members think in regards to that.
Thank you for your comment, Sheldon.
For the record, O'Mara, I agree with Sheldon. I'm torn because this is supported by the Nevada Recovery and Resilience Plan, and it's also actually supported by the new state rail plan. As a supporting infrastructure piece of it. So I'm torn between keeping the momentum going and also retaining jobs and adding some jobs, but also too, are there other projects that would, there's the momentum's a little faster, but I agree with Sheldon. It would be really great to keep this going.
Thank you, Lynn. Brian, did you have any comments?
I'll concur with everything that's been said so far. I'm a little unclear. Have they not spent the last tranche of funding? Have they not completed that phase? So it may sound like they're delayed a bit.
This is Jessica Sanders for the record. I just so you know that they've only spent $45,000 of their first tranche of funding, and they have to spend all of that before they can go into their phase 2 funding.
Right, and that was for lead abatement on the paint and some other things.
Yeah, and for the also to purchase windows and doors and that type of stuff for the building.
Yeah, it does sound like we can possibly buy some time and approve this at a later date. And still sort of see the project through completion as we want to.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, the committee's commitment to the project. I will mention that I participated in the Lincoln County Destination Development meetings that were held, and this historic depot is seen as one of those cornerstone projects in that area. So definitely hear the committee's commitment to this project and the potential to possibly delay a year of funding to allow them to catch up with phase 1 and phase 2, and then revisit once they've moved a little bit farther along. I will open it up to the committee for either a motion on that, or if you want to just table this as we work through the other applications.
I'll propose that we table it and discuss where we end up after reviewing the other application.
This is Sheldon. I'll second that.
Thank you. All right, we'll table that and move to the next application.
Okay, the next application is going to be the Northern Nye County Healthcare Demolition. That is a mouthful.
Yes, it is. Open it up to the committee. And Jeff, do you need this same?
Same disclosure. Nye County is a county member of the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority, which I'm associated with as their executive director. Don't feel it's conflict, nor would it benefit me. Voting on this benefit me any differently than the rest of the committee.
Thank you, Jeff. And open it to the committee for discussion.
Yeah, this is Brian McCardle for the record. This is one of the harder applications that I looked through, only because it seems like there's other gating items in some things that need to drop into place before there is an absolute need to demolish the building. I think that there's still the discussion of finding an operator, the discussion of selecting a design builder and getting a budget for that, and then a discussion for the feasibility and sustainability of operating a hospital out there. I think if they get all those things, then they could possibly be quickly approved to demolish the building if they get more of these things that fall into place. And so I do think that obviously healthcare is very important out there. But it just doesn't sound like we need to approve the demolition now when there's all these other things that have yet to be facilitated and finalized.
For the record, Lynn O'Mara, I completely agree. And the other gating item is the certificate of need. They could go ahead and proceed with the demolition. However, if they don't get the other pieces in place and/or, which some of those will drive whether or not they get the approval to build the facility itself, and they could demolish and get everything, and the state comes back and says, no, you didn't meet the requirements, then what happens? You've got a piece of land. Yes, it could be used for other things, but then, the question is what? So this was a real tough one. There is a real need for healthcare there, and they are already standing up some, clinics and things like that. There may be some other, I'm going to say more short-term things they could do, although some of them will require a certificate of need as well under NRS 439A.100. So, and again, I believe in suggesting to them, working with the Nevada Rural Hospital Partners, this is what they do. And their CEO is a former administrator for one of the critical access hospitals in the state. She and her team could provide them probably with some good guidance and also be able to get more specifics on their milestones on the timeline. I'm not clear on how it would all go. I mean, it's needed. It's just, it's not the what, it's the when or the how.
So I guess I disagree a little bit with the previous commenters on this. They've been without that hospital for a long period of time, and I recognize that there are certain things that need to take place in order for them to be certified by the state and get funding to build a hospital. And there are a lot of unknowns. I agree with that, but I'm not sure that leaving that hospital in place as is necessarily the right thing to do. I mean, I don't see how that current facility gets repurposed for anything. They've been trying to bring healthcare clinics in there and telemedicine and things of that nature. But the bottom line is they need a hospital in Tonopah. It's the only hospital within pretty large radius of Central Nevada. And it's not only just for the residents of Tonopah, but it's all of rural Central Nevada, including all those people that are driving up and down Highway 95. And so I understand what everybody's saying, but I think it sort of sends a signal that, well, go back to square one. And these folks have been trying really hard since that hospital's been closed. Maybe there's a way that we can condition the approval on certain milestones so that there's some reasonable assurance that they will get permitted by the state. I know Lynn commented that it might take a certain amount of time to get that done, but maybe this committee or GoEd can work with DHHS to let them know that this is a condition upon them getting a grant, and maybe they can facilitate or fast track that process. So I just hate to put this on hold any longer.
For the record, Lynn O'Mara. Yeah, that could, Jeff, you're correct. That could be requested, and GoEd could work with DHHS. There's two parts to it. Yes, DHHS could probably do their best to fast track the process. It really could take as little as 6 months, which if they're getting the money, getting the funding for demolition, they've got probably 18 months to do that. They could get their CON. However, a lot of it also depends on the hospital district meeting the requirements for CON and being able to provide the right information and the complete information that DHHS needs to make that final determination. I've seen it done very quickly, and I've seen where when the information isn't there, it can drag it out.
Well, can we leave that on, the health district to do that? I mean, that would be their responsibility, and at least give them some timeline by which, this process needs to be completed, or else the grant, gets withdrawn or put on hold again. But I just think they need, I mean, quite frankly, it just seems like they need some incentive to keep this thing going. And I just think this would be a great opportunity for them to do that.
Thank you for your comments, committee members. Any other further thoughts?
This is Brian McCardle for the record. I do like the concept of demolishing the building. I just think if we could get to a certain point where they have more ducks in a row to say, we're ready to break ground with this new facility, phase one is demolition. If they were at that point now, I would approve this. I think there's just a couple more things that need to fall into place to say we're ready to go. And if CDBG can support the first phase of demolition for that, I would be fully supportive of approving that. I just think I wanted to hear a little bit more on the process from post demolition to feel a little bit more comfortable where we're at.
I'm again hearing the committee members have strong support for the project. Just concerns about timing of this. One of the thoughts that I'm having with this comes to mind with the American Rescue Plan funding, not only for the state, but for the counties. And if that's a potential source of funding, knowing that having a new hospital built, I think the number that was quoted was $15 to $20 million to build that new hospital. If this was lifted up as a priority project, is there another source of funding? And, CDBG could be used for planning phases prior to that, but, a bulk of the funding coming from another source. Just thoughts I had about the project. All right, any further comments? Would we like to table this, or do you want to make a decision? I think we'll table this and move on to the next application. Jessica,
Okay.
Next.
Sorry, I'm trying to write and check my numbers at the same time. So the next project is going to be the Lyon County SSMWC water system renovation isolation valves.
And open it up to the committee discussion. And I believe Lynn is abstaining from this as it's within her region.
Brian McCardle for the record. Is this the first one we discussed? So
Yes.
We're back to the ones we tabled?
No, we're just taking them in order of ranking.
Gotcha.
So we're back to that one. This is where that one ended up. I think if I recall correctly, there was discussion about other sources of funding for this project, and then a comment about it's one of the smaller requests that we've received. Any other comments on this project?
Jeff, you're muted.
Yeah, so my initial question that I posed was how we view projects or applications that don't pursue other funding opportunities through, for example, NDEP or USDA, which this project did not. But Brian indicated that there was seemed to be some, and I don't have the application in front of me, some significant local match or county contribution towards this project. And I don't know if you have that amount available or not, but I just brought that up because I'm not sure how we've handled those in the past.
So they're requesting $95,035 and their in-kind match is $85,284.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's pretty significant local match.
Jeff, I have in my notes that half is going towards the install. The in-kind is going towards the install, and then the CDBG funds are for engineering and equipment only.
And as far as a loan for that project, is pretty small amount to do a loan on.
I agree.
Is there a motion on this, or do we want to table this?
I'll recommend we get through the remaining applications and address the ones that we've tabled.
So we'll table that, and next project, Jessica.
It's going to be the White Pine County McGill Sewer Pond Relining Phase 2.
Same disclosure. White Pine County is a member of the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority. We have an association as their executive director, and don't feel that's a conflict, nor would a vote on this benefit me any differently than the rest of the committee.
Thank you, Jeff. I'll open it to the committee for discussion, and Sheldon will be abstaining from discussion since this is within his region.
Brian McCardle for the record. I did note that the USDA recommended that they go and apply for CDBG funding to support this. I'll also note that they did propose the option of doing this in 2 phases. However, there would be some increased costs to do it in two separate tranches.
For the record, Lynn O'Mara, I have the same concerns this time that I had last time, and that is there's a lot of caveats as to what they're proposing in terms of the funding. It's stated in there that we have to get the PER done, and that may change costs. We have to do the environmental assessments, that may change the cost. We have a new system, financial system coming in that could reallocate things in a different way. We may need to do that. So for me, if they weren't as clear in phase 1, and I believe we encourage them to be clear and be more accurate for this other phase, they didn't seem to do that. And we're hearing the same kinds of things. This is an important project, don't get me wrong, it's for public health and safety. So that's where I'm torn on this one. You know, you have public health and safety, but yet the application has a lot of caveats that have yet to be determined and work not being completed. So then it goes down to, well, you know, are they going to have to ask for more extensions? And that's what we really have not been, we've been trying to not encourage. And I'm going to go back to what Jeff was saying regarding policy or how we approach things. You know, right now for infrastructure projects, no matter which agency at the federal level are supporting them, what they're looking for are projects that are ready to go, or as our state treasurer calls them, shovel-worthy projects. But those that are, you know, they have their ducks in an order, they have all their ducks in an order, they have things lined up, they know what they need to do and when it's going to be done. They have a good idea of, you know, their cost estimates are pretty solid. You know, there's a small margin of error, and I just don't get that sense with this particular application.
This is Jeff. Do we know how much cost savings there would be by doing the project as a single phase compared to breaking it up into 2 different phases? Was that included in the application, or was it discussed?
I think it was discussed. Let me take a look real quick for you.
I thought it added about $800,000 to the project if you split it in 2. While Jessica's looking that up, I'm gonna just say, I mean, it's clear that there's a need. I've always had an issue with this project though, because of what appears to be, you know, a transfer of, you know, the responsibilities of a mining company to a community. And so that's why I had to ask the applicant if there had been any outreach to the prior mining company, because that it's my understanding that they have a cradle to grave responsibility for the environmental impacts there. And, you know, I just have concerns that money being spent. I think the committee, and I believe it was Jeff that brought up the brownfields funding for that. I think this would be a great case for brownfield funding. In the WNDD development district, they've received $600,000 from EDA to do that kind of work in Pershing County. So, you know, there are examples of that within our state, and I wonder if brownfields is a better use for this versus CDBG funding. Just some of the thoughts that I had on this.
For the record, O'Mara, you bring up a good point about brownfield. One of the things NNDA has learned from doing our brownfield grants is that it really identifies what is actually needed before things can go forward. What kind of, there might be issues that have been unidentified that need to be addressed before they can even go forward with the project. They have to be addressed. And, you know, those are really critical because then you can't go back and redo those, or if you do, it's very cost prohibitive. So that is an avenue that hasn't been pursued that probably could be a good foundation for the project.
If they do it in 2 phases, it would be about another $656,000.
I apologize. Which application are we talking about now?
We're talking about the McGill Sewer Pond Relining Phase 2 project.
Okay, because we sort of got off on some discussion, I think, about the other application, which may or may not relate to this as well. So I just wanted to be clear, that's all. Okay, so $600,000 to phase that project out of a total cost of, does it say? Sorry.
Thanks for getting me on track there, Jeff. Got a little sidetracked there.
Well, we're a little ahead of ourselves, I guess, that's all.
This is Brian McCardle. Can we revisit the brownfields discussion? Is that for this project? It being the pond lining, or is the brownfields for the ditch?
I was thinking it was for the ditch and not for the sewer ponds. So my apologies for the confusion.
For the record, Lynn O'Mara, there was one thing I noted about the pond project. It states that the PER could change the scope of the work. So we could, you know, technically fund a scope and then it changes because of what the PER comes back with.
Yeah, this is Brian McCarter for the record. I noticed that the planning study is not done, and so the scope is not defined. And so we don't actually know what the real costs for this project are. Also, there was something about this being temporary in nature, that there may be long-term changes, that this is just a temporary solution. I don't know if anyone can clarify that.
What I thought they were planning to do here is to construct a second pond, so they can have the flows go in to the second pond, and then basically empty the first pond and have the first pond repaired. So actually, I think what the project does is not only repair an existing problem, but gives them an increased capacity for more growth in the community, which is good. You know, this is a tough one because this, you don't, you know, we don't want to be in a situation where all of a sudden this becomes an imminent public health hazard. You know, they're trying to get on top of it. Unfortunately, you know, there are a lot of moving parts in a process like this, just I guess like the hospital situation in Tonopah. A lot of permitting requirements, a lot of analysis, a lot of planning, a lot of engineering. And, you know, one of the things I've noticed in the past year with COVID is it's really not very easy to get a lot of professional consultants to come out to your community to evaluate these things and work on these types of projects. And so I think that, you know, may be a contributing factor here in terms of the pace or the speed of the development of the engineering report. But, you know, I just would hate to come back and find out that they've run into a problem with you know, real public health hazard. They're cited by NDEP or some other issue that that they have to deal with. On the other hand, I agree with you know, the folks that have talked about not having a clear plan or a scope or cost for this project. I don't know what the solution is, and maybe maybe there is sort of some funding that they can get to do some stopgap measures to prevent this from becoming a public health hazard. And I don't know if that's a possibility or not.
O'Mara, NDEP did say that they're eligible for a loan. I know, I can understand why a county doesn't want to go after a loan first. It's always, you know, a grant would be preferable. However, in this particular case, because of the health and safety hazards, I would wonder the reason they would not want NDEP more involved in that manner.
Jessica, I don't have it in front of me, I apologize, but was there, I'm trying to remember if Mr. Cooper had an analysis in terms of where this project rated on their priority list for funding. I know that he said it wouldn't qualify for a loan forgiveness, but where did it rate in terms of priority?
It's listed as number 28 on their priority list for this one.
No.
And the project total cost is $1.75 million.
28 doesn't sound like necessarily a high priority. I mean, so I don't know what the status is out there. That's the other thing, is it's not clear how imminent this problem is.
I have a question for Lynn's, Brian McCardle. You know, with the loan, could we partially like fund this for them to possibly separate this up in phases, but then they could go get a loan to fill the difference and then do this in one phase rather than two?
Are you asking Lynn?
Yeah, yes, because she was commenting on one.
Okay. For the record, Lynn O'Mara, and Jessica, you can correct me if I'm wrong. or Patty, I believe we can't, I believe we heard from NDEP last year that that could be pursued, where you go and do one phase with them and another phase through CDBG, and then, you know, being able to get both does support it, and then they could use it. Obviously, there's going to be specific scopes of work and specific utilization of the funds, but it's my understanding that that can be done. And by the way, they could also probably do that if they were eligible for USDA. When, remember, the gentleman from NDEP, when he presented, Jason, he said that, you know, they like to partner and pull funds together. So this may be a good opportunity to suggest that and do the same, you know, look at it from that perspective.
And for CDBG, we have partnered with USDA and NDEP on other projects. It is, and CDBG can be matched with other federal funds, so that's a great thing for us also.
Thank you, Lynn. Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I actually like that approach. The question is, how quickly could this all be done, and would it be in time to, well, would a CDBG grant to White Pine County today, if that were to be approved, how long could that be sort of put out there for them to get the loan and put this package together? I mean,
So this project would be a construction project, so they would have 2 years to get it completed. Their grant would start July 1 of 2021, and then they would go for the 2 years.
that may or may not be possible, but I think it's still a good approach.
They can always request extensions, and we can reevaluate the project at the time that they're requesting extensions and see where they're at. And we track all of their quarterly reports also to see where they're at with their projects.
For the record, this is Lynn O'Mara. I would like to motion that we table this and go on to the final project because it has some very similar elements that we may want to consider.
Thanks, Lynn. Sounds like the committee's okay with that. We'll move on. Yeah. Okay, Jessica, what's next?
Okay, our final project is McGill, White Pine County McGill Slag Ditch Remediation Phase 2.
For the record, Lynn O'Mara, goodness, yes, it is a public health and safety issue. However, this is what it says in their application, and I'm quoting exactly. It is estimated that the amount for this project will be $420,000, but without an accurate planning study completion, these estimates could be severely understated. That was a big red flag for me.
Brian McCarter for the record, that was I caught that as well, that the planning study is not yet completed.
Patty, this is Jeff. This is my final disclosure of the afternoon. Again, White Pine County is a member of the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority, with which I'm affiliated as their executive director, and don't believe there's a conflict here, nor would there be any benefit to me that's any different than any of the other members of the committee to vote on this. So. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. And Sheldon is abstaining from discussion as this is in his region. Well, so we have 2 comments here about not having clear scope of work and project costs, that this application may be a bit premature. Any further discussion?
Patty, this is Jeff. I think last year we suggested that they do reach out to the former mine, which wasn't clear if they had or not, but I think that needs to be reiterated, and then also the brownfields program. I think that was also discussed last year as well. And again, I think that should be reiterated in this response as well.
Yeah, Brian McCarter for record. I was going to say the exact same thing, that this is the second time we mentioned them reaching out to Kennecott to see if there's any possibility for them to help out in the situation that they were a part of before I think the county took over, as well as researching some brownfield solutions.
For the record, Lynn O'Mara, NDEP did say in their evaluation, this project is eligible for their assistance and help. So it doesn't sound like, that was explored either, to see if there was, anything they could do there first to cover costs and then use CDBG to backfill covered.
Any motion from the committee on this application? It kind of sounded like we were moving towards a motion. Everybody sounded pretty clear about what their thoughts were on this application, which is why I thought I would invite a motion.
We're now at the end of the list, and so we're going to have to go back through and start allocating to some of the previous proposals. Using this one as the least ranked on the list, and given some of the concerns that we have that were also brought up last time, I would say that we deny this application currently, invite them to come back with responses from outreach to the mine, to the former mine, and as well as the brownfield sites, and then clarity on going after maybe the USDA loan program and the NDEP programs as well for potential matching.
We have a motion from Brian. Is there a second?
No, Mayor, I second.
A second from Lynn, and all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay. So now we're back to those tabled items. The highest priority of our table items, Jessica, which would be?
Sorry.
Thank you.
City of Fallon, the street and sidewalk ADA project is going to be, and just for everyone's reference, we have, after we funded all of those, $2.26 million.
Thanks for the update.
This is Brian McCardle. Jessica, just for clarity, there was a $1.3 million delta that we're trying to figure out.
Yes.
Okay, so we're now about 900,000 short.
Well, we have about,
taking out the last application that we just discussed, removing about 420,000, that leaves about 900,000 left.
yeah, let me check that for you really quick on this one. I have different spreadsheets, sorry.
Right, we're jumping math. Don't do math.
Yeah. I have about 1.2 still remaining that we need to that we're short. 1.261 million. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on one second. I forgot to take this one out. Let me go back to that. You're probably right. $821,000 that we are short if we fund everything still.
Okay, so we're on the Fallon application. And everybody's open for discussion, and no disclosures for Jeff on this one. So I guess I'll open discussions on this, realizing that we've got some tough funding decisions to make. I thought this was a good project to be able to phase into 2 projects, and I understand the applicant wasn't able to prioritize which of the 2 streets, but it seemed like one that could be split into 2 years of funding to get us a little closer to funding all of our applications. Any comments from the committee members? I will also add, while you're thinking about talking, I will also add that it's a very strong application from a local match. The amount of RTC dollars going towards this project, it's very impressive, and this will definitely be a great improvement to the area. So the suggestion that I'm making is not a reflection on the application or the worthiness. It's just a timing of projects and how much funding is available. That's all I'm looking at.
My question, this is Brian McCardle for the record. My question would be, we don't know the difference of one of those streets versus the other in terms of cost. And so it'd be hard to split these up, not knowing the difference of amounts.
I thought there was a slide in in the presentation that showed the difference between the 2 projects. Jessica, could you find that and throw it up for us to see?
Can you see that okay? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And we do have Derek still on the call.
So we would be looking at, if we did the Broadway Street, we'd be looking at the 618 or the 267. The only other question that I was wondering about this would be, which street would have the bigger impact. I'm guessing because the more funding's going into Broadway, that it's going to impact much more of the community on Broadway versus Sherman.
This is Sheldon Mudd. I think the only other concern I would have that may not have been considered here is if you do split these up, then there might be some added costs associated with doing so. And, like we've seen with some other projects. And so, as I'll tell you where I'm kind of at right now after chewing on it a little bit, seeing Broadway being the bulk of the cost, and you're looking about $250,000 for the other side. I mean, if we split these out and we were looking at an added cost at, you know, $150,000 for a $267,000 project on phase 2, that, I don't know, that's tough. I find that not being a very good steward anymore. And so I'm starting to lean towards a full fund, you know, here, and especially in light of your comments, Patty, about how strong it is in the matching funds, et cetera. That's just kind of where I'm at, because I would hate to phase this out and then add another, you know, $150,000-$200,000 to the price tag as a result. Yeah, so.
For the record, Little Mara, I'm leaning the same way Sheldon is, and the reason is what they're asking for from CDBG is only 1/3 of the entire cost. And I don't believe we've seen a match like that in a long time. And it's a solid application.
Well, in light of that, I'm just going to go ahead and motion that we approve it then, full funding.
Got a motion, Lynn?
I will second.
All right, all in favor signify with an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries.
And then I apologize on the McGill Ruth, the sewer pond lining, there's actually a difference of only $231,250 from phase to phase, if you phase it out.
Thanks, Jessica.
Yes.
All right. So Jessica, do you want to give us a funding update?
Yeah. Hold on one second. We have $1,373,656 remaining. And the next one that you guys tabled is going to be the City of Caliente project.
Open it up to committee discussion on the Caliente project.
It's Sheldon, for the record. Yeah, like I said before, I really like this one, and we're pretty well vested in it. And in light of kind of where we're at right now, gosh, it's hard for me not to just want to go ahead and fund the thing. But as I sit here and look at kind of the priorities, I feel like it's still a top project. So yeah, I don't know. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. I like it. How does everybody else think? I mean, I'm kind of the point where I'm kind of want to make a motion just to go ahead and approve it. But I want to see how everybody else feels.
This is Brian McCardle for the record. Anecdotally, in the last 2 years, I have never heard as many people saying that they're going to visit rural Nevada ever before in my life. The amount of people that have been talking about going to Great Basin National Park, the amount of people hot springing. I recently got the Travel Nevada Visitor's Guide, and it is all about visiting Nevada. And I do think that the golden age of old Nevada tourism is upon us. And so I do think that if Caliente has this nice shining star, it may improve tourism to the area. And we'll have sort of secondary order effects on travel and tourism and the regional economy. So in that, I'm sort of for this project.
For the record, Little Mara, I'm feeling the same way. And part of this is tourism is the foundation of the ecosystem of their economic ecosystem. When you really look at it, that is their primary sector. Also too, again, there's some support here from the new state rail plan, which, is important to consider, because once we do implementation as a state of that, this could be an important and key piece of it. So I'm leaning toward, yeah, let's get this thing funded and let them move it forward and make sure they get the work done on it.
And Jeff will be abstaining from discussion since this is within his area. So everybody's talked and Sheldon's leaning towards a motion.
Yeah, I just want to say really quick, just to piggyback, I appreciate that Lynn had mentioned state rail plan, because I actually got a call last week from short line rail operator interested in running a line, essentially pick up all the historical lines from Twin Falls all the way down to Vegas, which obviously this is in line with that. And so if we have these kind of projects that can be highlighted in the state, these guys are going to be more willing to invest in those kind of dollars. So I just thought of that, as Lynn brought up the state rail plan again, that we have people calling us interested in those kind of things. So with that, I'll go ahead and put the motion out to fund it in full.
Second on the motion.
Lynn O'Mara for the record. Before I second, and I will, just an additional comment to build on what Sheldon said, that the CDBG funding for this could actually help attract private investment, particularly after we get the Nevada Infrastructure Bank stood up. So that's another reason to support this. So with that, I'm saying I second his motion.
Thank you, Sheldon and Lynn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Jessica, our next project and a funding update.
The next project is going to be the Northern Nye County Healthcare Demolition. And we have $860,000 left.
Okay, I'll open it up to discussions from the committee.
I don't need to disclose again, do I? I've already done that earlier. Or?
I think you've already disclosed.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the record, O'Mara, my concern would be, if we do this, how do we want to put conditions or phasing or whatever on this project?
Highland for CDBG, we would actually put it in the grant agreement, the conditions that they have, that you guys have installed for them.
For the record, Lynn O'Mara, Jessica, would that include some timeline, due dates or milestones?
They do have a timeline in their grant agreement to begin with that they have to do, and we check that against all of their quarterly reports. So they already have that in the grant agreement.
Brian McCarter for the record. This is just a project where I would feel comfortable with them coming back and reapplying. I just don't know what happens after we fund this and the building gets demolished. I'm just unclear that if we delay this project, invite them back for the next round, if that would actually even have any impact or delay on the hospital actually getting built long-term.
This is Sheldon Mudd, for the record. Boy, I'm back and forth on this one, because I think the variables that were mentioned are legitimate. But like with what Jeff had mentioned, doggone it, Tonopah really needs some healthcare options. But with that said, I mean, this is kind of where I'm at. Is I'm looking at the fact that Tonopah is going to get awarded CDBG funding for a project in their community. you know, based off of our previous decision. And so I guess, for lack of a better term, it kind of takes the sting off of it a little bit if we say, Tonopah, we couldn't do this part, we couldn't do the demolition, but we were able to get you a new parking lot and those kind of things. Maybe some of that added revenue will help in moving forward with matching dollars and so forth, you know, from a county level. I don't know. I'm like I say, I'm kind of mixed at this point. But if we decided to tell them to hold off for a year, I wouldn't feel as bad about it because they are getting funding in some other areas, and maybe it'll help just buy some time to get a few more ducks in order. But if they come back next time, if it turns out that they have to come back next time, I really want to see some sort of healthcare options put in place, and maybe it'll give them maybe it'll give them time to determine exactly what that looks like, and like Brian had mentioned. But like say, what are they, 4 hours from anything that is legitimate as far as healthcare goes, and we got to do something for them there, especially if we're going to have more tourism in that area. You know, there are people that are going to have to be moved or taken care of, you know, really quick.
For the record, Little Barrel, one other concern is with the mining, all of the new mines that are coming back online. So that is an issue. So I have a procedural question. If we choose not to allocate all of the funding now, can we do a second round for this year, maybe a little bit later on before September, where they could come back with more substantive information and also, you know, showing us that they've been working with the Department of Health and Human Services to get their certificate of need? We don't have to do everything. We don't have to allocate everything. But can they then come back sooner versus later? Although I'm kind of agreeing with what I've heard about, they're probably going to need almost that another year to get their ducks in order, be able to come back and, you know, then have a solid application to be able to get funded.
Hi, Lynn, this is Jessica. Yeah, if you guys don't do allocate the full amount, we could potentially do a second round, or we could just hold the funding to the next allocation. We just want to make sure that we're spending in a timely manner and getting the money out. So,
Patty, I have a question.
Yeah, Jeff.
Did Nye County prioritize their applications?
yes, they did. Give me 1 second and I'll tell you which ones they prioritized.
While Jessica's looking that up, I'll just add to Sheldon's comments. You know, this is particular to Nye County, but it really is a statewide issue when it comes to regional healthcare. There is a giant hole in the state right there when it comes to serving the population with healthcare. And I think with the, as Lynn mentioned, with the increase in mining in the area and bringing mining partners in with the American Rescue Plan funding that's coming into the state, working with DHHS, I think that a full funding package could be put together to really address that. And maybe it's, you know, a little bit larger project than what CDBG can do this time around, and it might be worth taking a step back to look at how we can really end up with a solution to this healthcare issue that's been ongoing in Nye County. Just some thoughts to share. Jessica, did you have?
Yes, Jeff, this is their third priority.
The top two were?
The top two are the ones that we've already funded.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any, what's the pleasure of the committee?
First, thanks, Jessica. I was afraid you were going to come back and say that was their top priority. Well, as a result, then going with what, I don't know, you might have to help me phrase it, but I'll make the motion that we hold off funding until a next round, whether that be a special round, I think as suggested by Lynn, or whether it's the next round. I'm not sure how to. Whoever's doing notes, maybe they can help spice it up. But you know what I mean.
I think we get the gist of your motion is to postpone this, and if there's funding at a later date, that we would encourage another application of this project. Is there a second on the motion?
For the record, Lynn O'Mara, I'll second.
Thank you, Lynn. All in favor signify with aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Patty, can I ask a question, please?
Sure, Jeff.
So on an application like this and the others that the group has decided not to fund this year, what's the feedback to the applicant in terms of direction on, I mean, we give them direction to come back perhaps and apply for a future year funding, but in terms of the specifics of what they should be doing in order to better position themselves for funding the next cycle, how do we do that?
Oh, in the past, we've done a letter to those grant recipients that did not receive funding and include the feedback from our advisory committee meetings, so that they have that. There's always an open line of communication between our office and the applicants, and I know in the past, and it continues to this day, we're happy to jump on a call and discuss the project and give feedback. This meeting is also recorded so that they can also review that, and we work closely with them to make sure that they understand the committee's intention and how we can best use the limited funding that we have.
And I would also suggest for those of us, in the RDA world, it's perhaps an opportunity for us as well to take the feedback from the group and work with those applicants that aren't funded, because I mean, the situation in Tonopah it's a really difficult one, and one that seems almost in many ways insurmountable, has been going on for years and years. And, just don't want this to be just another reason why, they don't pursue the ultimate project of building a hospital for the community and for the region. And so, just want to make sure that we're utilizing all the information that we can get and work with those applicants to reach out to other groups and perhaps bring back a project that everybody can support. Anyway, appreciate your comment on that.
Yeah, and thanks for your comments too, Jeff. You guys are working in rural communities all the time. You know how isolating it can feel, like you're carrying the weight all on your shoulders. But I hope that folks in Nye County and Tonopah in particular understand that we all recognize there's an issue and we're all working together to help them out. So thanks for your comments, Jeff. Okay, Jessica, an update on our funding and projects. I think you're on mute, sorry. So
sorry, I'm trying to do too many things. Let me just come in here. So, and I apologize, I have that we tabled the Lyon County project. We did, okay, so that is the next one that we have. And we have still $860,000 remaining.
Committee members, any comments on this project? And Lynn is abstaining since this is within her region.
Well, I kind of go back, this is Sheldon Mutt for the record. I kind of go back with some of the comments made in regards to White Pines sewer pond lining when you're dealing with kind of some public health issues, and that's little bit of what I gained out of the application is, is the fear of some sort of failure there, and I can understand that. So, I guess I don't have that much of a problem with it, just because of the fact that it seems like a relatively easy fix if the funding comes to fruition, and it's not that much either. And I think what is all the staff and everything, we're gonna, do the legwork on it. So, I'm leaning towards funding on this one.
Brian McCardle for the record. I do like that there is significant match at 50% or possibly over 50% to do the install and things like that. And it isn't a lot of money. And so I'm leaning towards approval.
Jeff, any comments? If not, I guess we have a motion from Sheldon.
Yep, so moved.
The second from Brian.
Second.
All in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries. All right, Jessica.
Okay, our last project is the McGill Sewer Pond relining phase 2, and we have $765,620 remaining.
Brian McCardle for the record. Going back, just reiterating that we still don't know what this project is going to cost, what the scope is, because planning is not yet done on it.
Sheldon, just for the record, that Sheldon is abstaining from discussion since this is in his region.
Yeah, so this is the last project we have to speak to. I mean, maybe the solution here is to reserve an amount of money for this project to be matched perhaps with a NDEP revolving loan to do a full phase project. I mean, a full project without it being phased, if that's possible. If not, then there may be enough funding to do the first phase, which I know this group wasn't particularly excited about because of the additional costs. But again, I think that the issue out there is important enough. It's from a public health standpoint that if they can figure something out here in the next 6 months or so in terms of what direction they want to go and what the project really is going to cost, instead of waiting another year to apply for a CDBG grant, there is some funding sort of held in abeyance or in reserve for them to do that. And if they're not ready at the end of 6 months or whatever time period this group might agree to, then that funding can be reallocated to other projects.
Brian McCardle for the record. I do like that idea, Jeff.
Any further discussion? Jeff, is that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion, as long as I don't have to repeat it.
That's okay.
Okay, so for the record, Lynn O'Mara, what exactly are I'm not clear on the motion.
Okay, so you're making me repeat it. So how much is remaining to be allocated?
$765,620.
Okay, my motion would be to put in reserve that amount of money. Well, let me think about this. Yeah, I think
Lynn O'Mara, can we even put money in reserve? We can't really do that.
We're not allocate.
You can make the money conditional.
Yeah, okay.
I got it. Okay.
So,
that's
so we're, so is the only way to do this is to make an award condition, make an award, but make it conditional? Is that how you want to do it?
Yeah, that's how I
Okay.
would do it.
Okay. So it'll be a conditional award for the remaining amount of money to White Pine County for their sewer pond project. And the condition being that, I guess I'll ask Jessica or Patty, how long a period of time you want before they'd have to come back and meet the conditions for a clear plan on how that money would be expended for the project.
I would say 6 months time frame would be enough for them to complete that kind of preliminary engineering and come up with better numbers for us.
Okay. So conditional award to White Pine County for the McGill Sewer Project, again for the $765,000 and whatever change is available, with the condition that they come back within 6 months with a preliminary engineering plan that demonstrates or delineates the cost and approach for their project.
For the record, Romero, we still have one other project that's unfunded that we would have to discuss. So do we want to do the full amount for this, or do we want to consider some of it for the other McGill project?
Okay.
We discussed that project, Lynn.
Did we? Oh,
Yeah, the flag ditch project.
yeah.
Yes, we discussed that project, and it was discussed to not fund that project.
Okay.
And let them know that they need to try with brownfields and in DEP.
And
thank you for the record, Linda. Thanks. I had forgotten and not made a note of it. Thanks.
Is that motion clear, or do we need more parameters? Or okay.
Yeah, if there's not any more discussion, I'll go ahead and second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Jeff and a second from Brian. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries. And that completes all of our applications, Jessica, just to confirm. Oh, we got you on mute.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. That you had a tough duty there with all of that calculating going on. Next on our agenda is item number 21, CDBG Advisory Committee discussion on recommendations for next year. I'll just open that by saying that with the changes in the bylaw, we'll be adding new members to the advisory committee meeting. And also on a separate note, we will be having the allocation round for CV funding for rounds 3. That meeting will be coming up in June. So just a heads up on that meeting coming up. Any other comments or suggestions from the committee members for next year?
For the record, Lynn O'Mara, I really, really liked being able to do the discussion based on how the rankings were. I think that really helped us to be very productive, and we got a lot accomplished, even though it felt like, it was intense, but I believe it worked very well. And then secondly, Patty, if we are an existing member, do you still need a letter about our service from our CEO or executive director?
I think if you're going to stay on, that would be good to have that on file.
Okay.
And then what I'll do is work with our director, Michael Brown, to get a confirmation letter sent to everybody. So you guys have that on record too.
Okay. And again, for the record, Lynn O'Mara, when do you need that by? And the only reason why I'm asking is Rob's on vacation.
Yeah. Understand, and I appreciate that, Lynn. I think as long as we have that by, July 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
we'll get it to you sooner. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other recommendations? And Lynn, thanks for that. I think that ranking priority went well too. I know they're very tough decisions to make and everybody wants to fund it all, but our pockets aren't that deep.
I'll agree that actually using the Zoom grants ranking procedure, I think we've ranked and voted in the past, but we've never actually looked at what those rankings were. So it was helpful. This time was a little tighter on how we could allocate things. I do have a question about the CV funding period, that third tranche. Is that from CARES Act?
Yes.
Are we expecting another allocation from the new package, federal package?
Not specifically for CDBG. We have not heard that. The allocations in the American Rescue Plan, there is direct funding going to each to cities and counties. And then there's money that's going to the state. And as far as directly to CDBG, we've not been notified of any funding through that. Thank you for your feedback on that. And thank you for your service. You guys, we couldn't do this without you guys and your feedback. Lynn, your expertise on the hospital stuff was just invaluable, and really appreciate everybody's service to this. Next on our agenda is item 22. It's public comment. If anybody from the public has anything they would like to say at this time. All right, well, hearing no public comment, again, thank you to everybody and the applicants for their projects, and we will see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a good day.
Good seeing you all.
Bye-bye.